Behind me lies the haunted railway tunnel of Bridgnorth, and tonight on Halloween we're teaming up with M&A Paranormal in an attempt to uncover the truth about this place.
This is the small Shropshire town of Bridgnorth. Underneath these historic streets lies its reportedly very haunted railway tunnel. In 1849, the Severn Valley Railway Company was formed with a single goal to create a new line running between Hartlebury and Shrewsbury, covering a distance of 40 miles. The initial cost of creating the railway line was estimated at around £600,000. This caused major issues and setbacks for the engineer John Fowler, who eventually, just before the scheme was nearly scrapped, managed to convince the contractors to agree to accept shares in the company as part payment for their work. Work on the line finally got underway in 1858 with the aim of being finished in 2 years. However, the line wasn't declared fit for passenger traffic until the 15th of January 1861. With the tunnel itself standing at 15 feet wide, 16 feet high and 559 yards long. After World War II, the traffic on the line started to fall away, and it was eventually closed in 1963. Today, this fantastic feat of engineering is fenced off to the public, forgotten, and the line itself overgrown where the tracks once lay. Very few people know about its existence, as its location is not easily accessible. However, those that do know of the tunnel often speak of its darker tales of death and the paranormal.
So tonight's investigation will actually mark the very first time that we've collaborated with another paranormal group. Tonight at the Bridgnorth Tunnel, we're collaborating with Morris and Anderson Paranormal, a local ghost hunting group based in Shropshire. So this tunnel at Bridgnorth, once part of the Severn Valley Railway, is actually home to many ghost stories, especially amongst the locals. Now, probably the most famous of these ghost stories was the one about a young Home Guard officer who, during the last World War, was sat outside this tunnel guarding. Now, it wasn't until he turned round and saw from the depth of those tunnels behind me that there was a white figure starting to come forward, closer and closer and closer. Now, as you can imagine, he got a bit panicked. He picked up his rifle and he ordered the figure to stop. However, the figure didn't stop and he kept coming forward and forward. It got so much to the point where the figure was dead on at the end of the rifle and mysteriously just vanished right in front of his eyes. That left him in a bit of a fright. One of the other well-known stories that happened here is the story about a group of youths who was once playing in this tunnel behind me, and they were actually letting off fireworks. Bit of a silly idea. But Once they were in there on their own, letting off their fireworks, again, from the depths of the tunnel behind them, they saw a white figure starting to come towards them. It was at this point they looked behind, saw the figure, and scarpered as quick as they came in. There's also a rumour about the construction of this tunnel, where a construction worker was apparently killed by a cart. Now, unfortunate in death, maybe his spirit was the one that lingers on here, and maybe his spirit is the one that the Home Guard officer saw, and perhaps even the children playing in this area.
Man, into my graveyard smash. You'll catch all in a flash. Then you can monster mash.
So me guys, happy Halloween. We're just on to our next location now, episode 4. This is going to be the haunted, abandoned, sealed up railway tunnel, and this is in Bridgnorth. We're actually going to go and meet another paranormal group tonight, which is Morris and Anderson Paranormal. So we're excited to go meet them guys.
Go guys, happy Halloween!
So stick with it guys, and we're going to use these to scare the crap out of them. See you later.
Here are the 4 locked off cameras we'll be using throughout tonight's investigation. Camera 1 is facing our Savannah doll on the south portal. Camera 2 is at the south side of the tunnel, facing north. Camera 3 is in the centre of the tunnel, facing the south portal. And camera 4 is also in the centre of the tunnel, covering our trigger object, the motion sensor. Right guys, here we are with M&A Paranormal.
Right,
This
guys.
is Chris, Shell,
Hi.
and sadly we've brought Brian with us
Sadly.
as well. Right, Brian and Shell are going to go off, and what are you guys going to do?
Well, we've got a K2 meter. We're going to do some EVPs as well. And whatever else. See what happens, I guess.
And me and Chris are going to do some proper ghost hunts. We'll do things properly.
Oh, yes.
Can I ask who you are, please?
Whoa. Whoa. What was that? That sounded full on structural, that did.
This is out because it was male. And
Listen.
the guy that's saying murder and blood is a guy coming through on there. So there's obviously someone who's not particularly happy here.
Did you hear a breath? Like a...
I heard that.
There's obviously someone who's not particularly happy here.
Did you hear a breath? Like a...
I heard that. I thought it was one of you
I
guys.
thought it was one of you guys.
No. Right, so far we've had a bit of a feel for the tunnel. Chris and Nathan have been towards the entrance, whilst myself and Shell have been in the middle towards the back where we are now. Me and Nathan have returned to the very end of the tunnel, where our trigger object Savannah is nicely sat. And we're going to do something which is going to be a first, aren't we, for us tonight?
Yeah, well, first thing I'm going to do, I'm obviously I'm carrying this K2 meter. So I'm actually going to set that up back here. Just in front of Savannah, I don't know if you can see that.
If you could hear that, by the way, that's Chris and Shell performing a spirit box right at the other side of the tunnel.
So K2 set up in front of Savannah. Yeah, Brian's right, we want to do something a bit different tonight. It's a very, very old railway tunnel. So we thought, why not bring an old method of ghost hunting with us? So what we've actually done is brought a pendulum. We'll ask a few questions, see if we can get a few responses, and yeah, see how it goes. When doing a pendulum, you always ask, correct answers, or answers that you know the correct answer to first, and see which motion it swings in, or so I've been told. So the first question I'd like to ask, is my name Nathan? See the movement in that?
Didn't take long, did it? So
I'm
it
trying
appears
to hold my hand as steady as possible. Is my name Nathan? It's going left to right.
so.
It's like a clock ticking left to right. That is. Whoa.
That's picking up some.
Okay, thank you for that. Am I a female?
You see, I just changed
See, I've
straight
changed.
away.
That's going in a circle.
Instant change. So we've got responses already.
See, I really didn't buy into this, but I can't understand that. I really can't. Unless once again it's something to do with the emotive effect. I am trying my utmost not to move that.
Do you want to try one more question just to...
Right, can I just confirm, is my name Nathan?
Okay.
That's unreal.
Without any hesitation.
That is unreal. There are two of us here.
That hasn't changed. It's just got.
It's actually swinging stronger.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got stronger. So. Just gone very cold.
I've gone extremely cold.
There was like an actual. We've been in here now for probably about an hour and a half, but I've just had like a gust.
It feels strange. It almost feels like there's something pulling on the end of it. Are you a female spirit? Did you die here? That's changed. Was yes to female, no to die here. Did you live here?
That's a no, isn't it? It's spinning.
It is a no. Is your body buried here?
I've gone freezing cold again.
That's saying yes.
No, if I've gone really cold.
That's saying yes.
Buried here. So you wonder if there was something else here before the tunnels. What would have been here?
Was there a graveyard here? Yes. Did this tunnel disturb any graves when it was being made?
Look at the strength of that.
That is crazy. Is that why you're angry? I've gone tingling all over. Is that why you're angry? Because it disturbed the graves?
I have gone.
Oh, mate, that is crazy.
I've gone freezing cold.
My hand is not moving, look at that.
I feel like a block of ice all around me.
That is crazy. Thank you for your answers. Right, guys, we've just... To be honest, we're a little bit shocked. We've just tried the pendulum method, and it's the first time we've ever tried it. And I mean, there is no breeze in this tunnel whatsoever. But the strength that was pulling in.
There has been no breeze, and we're right at the back of it, which is sealed up behind you, obviously. There's no way for any breeze to come all the way back here. But when that pendulum was moving, I was icy cold filming you, and it felt like a breeze all around me. But it's been the only time.
Right, I want to ask a few questions after that. I want to delve a bit deeper here. So I want to use the EVP device and see what I can get. Please, if you can hear my voice, talk back to me. Tell me if graves were disturbed here. Tell me why you haunt here.
I think I just heard something.
I heard a breath behind you.
Don't say that, because that's what I heard. Yeah.
Right behind you. But it was literally after, just as I clicked the stop button.
Yeah, I heard
Maybe
it as
the
well.
camera might have picked it up. We'll have to check that one.
Please, if you can hear my voice, talk back to me. Tell me if graves were disturbed here. Tell me why you haunt here.
Did you just make a breath behind Brian? Speak into this device I'm holding. Come to this light and speak to us. Tell us what you want to say.
Did you just make a breath behind Brian? Speak into this device I'm holding. Come to this light. Speak to us. Tell us what you want to say.
Something touching my back.
It's funny because the noises I've heard have come from behind you.
Something's touching my back, even now.
I'll ask one more question. We've tried communicating repeatedly. Answer me this. Do you mean us harm?
We've tried communicating repeatedly. Answer me this. Do you mean us harm?
Does anybody here come and play with the doll we've put on the floor? Her name's Savannah. There's a little light on her. Go towards that light. Touch her hair and her face. Right guys, we're going to perform a spirit box session now. We're probably just over halfway down the tunnel, aren't we now?
Yeah, we're about halfway down. The spirit box in here will be an interesting one because obviously, as we've explained before, the spirit box runs off radio signals. However, deep inside an old railway tunnel, there shouldn't be any at all. So any voices that may decide to come through on this bit of kit would be quite, well, yeah, wouldn't expect any really.
No, it would be particularly strange, wouldn't it?
So if the spirits do use this and do use the radio signals and the white noise to come through, it will be an interesting response. So I'm going to set this thing off.
Just a note to you guys, whilst we're sitting here doing a bit of Ecovox on our own, it almost sounded like one of your cameras made like a zoom in, zoom out noise. I'm just wondering if you're going to pick that up at some point when you do analysis.
That's weird.
That's really peculiar. They shouldn't make any noise at all. Cheers for letting us know.
Right, so we're going to set off this spirit box. As I said, we shouldn't really get any sort of radio signals in here, so any voices that do come through, well, be very peculiar. So we'll start this off. And we just did a pendulum and made contact with a lady. Are you here with us now? Or are there any other spirits in this tunnel with us? Can you tell us your name? What's your name?
Are you buried here? We've been told that there's a lot of activity here, that there's an angry lady here. We've come to find out why. Tell us your story.
Did the construction of this tunnel disturb your grave? Are you now restless, haunting this tunnel? Are we disrespecting you? Do you want us to leave?
Now's your chance to communicate. If you're angry, tell us why.
Fucking hell. I've just seen the face behind you.
Are you joking?
I fucking ain't joking, no.
Is it male or female?
I don't fucking know. I think it was a male. Whatever it was fucking white.
Turn it off.
Oh shit.
Ryan's just had a massive fright. He's just seen a white face appear directly behind me, if you heard us shouting.
Literally, because I've just gone off on my own, and before I did so, I asked anybody if this was their chance to make
It's strange because we did a pendulum session and the thing was going absolutely crazy, and the questions we asked, it seemed like somebody was buried here, and the construction. When I asked if the construction destroyed their grave, the thing started going absolutely crazy.
It would make a lot of sense, because they weren't too concerned with that in them days. They didn't really stop to think about it.
Whoa, fuck me!
It makes a lot of sense.
What?
There's a Sorry, I missed off that. There's a massive beam of light just went straight across the wall then.
Yeah, I think I kind of picked one up here as well. Do be aware it has gone midnight, so shit is going to kick off. It's going to kick off now.
I'll be
What was
honest.
that? What was that?
First time I'm starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable.
What was that noise then?
Whoa, K2's going off on Savannah.
It is.
K2.
Well spotted. If there's anyone here, set that green light. Set it to red. You know you can do it, because you did it a minute ago. Unless that's you being mischievous, Savannah. Set the green light to red for us. Show us that you're here. Right guys, don't know if you can see me okay. I can't see myself. But been quite an eventful night so far. Quite slow at the beginning, but we've just had a lot of things happen in a short space of time. I've just seen an apparition over the shoulder of Nathan. Of what looked to be a male figure, a male face. Did startle me quite a lot, I'm not going to lie. And then after that we've heard a lot of movement at the very far edge of the tunnel, followed by the K2 meter spiking. Whilst doing the EVP sessions as well, it seemed that whilst I was holding the camera filming Nathan, there was a lot of cold blows almost. Even though we're at the back of the tunnel, it's all sealed up. there's no draft that we felt it on any other occasion apart from now. So that was quite peculiar. And also I felt almost a bit of touch movement. So basically feels like my back's been touched a few times whilst I've been holding the camera, and kind of feel like I've been watched slightly. So
Right.
aside from that, quite calm.
Really?
Apart from you can't see where you're walking in here.
Right.
Why don't you ask if they died during the war? Or is that a shit idea?
Well, thinking about it, this tunnel was built a long, long time before the war.
Before
Now,
the
if
war?
the building of this tunnel disturbed graves. Now, I'm going to have to check that up. I'm going to have to check that up. What I will say is this goes all the way underneath Bridgenorth. Now, we're at the low part of Bridgenorth. The higher part of Bridgenorth, which is technically directly above us, is where the church and graveyard is, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
So depending on how old the church was, or if there's a church building there prior, or there was bodies buried there prior, digging this out, whoa, that feels like it's swinging in my hand then.
Well, it's definitely moving.
Whoa, what the hell? Have you got that?
I've got that moving, yeah.
I was talking then, look at that. Am I correct in what I just said? Oh mate, what's
Do you know
going
what?
on?
It hadn't moved that far before.
Mate, were you buried in the church? Were you buried in the graveyard above us? And this is why you're angry?
Anymore.
right.
That's going to be horizontal if it carries
I'm
on.
shitting myself now.
Keep it going, you're doing awesome.
We need to let you know that we agree your body should never have been moved.
Do you know what? Just saying, I've gone icy cold again, and that this happened earlier when we did the pendulum.
Are all the spirits that are here, are you all from the church? Are you all from the graveyard? I think that's the answer.
Graveyard spirits.
Thank you so much for your answers. Thank you. Chris, can you hear me? We were just talking between ourselves about what we got earlier on the pendulum, and we were talking about the graveyard above, obviously up Hightown, the church. We were wondering if there was an older church there, or if there's an older burial ground up there. And as I was talking, I wasn't actually doing the pendulum, but it just started swinging in my hand, crazy.
Interestingly enough, you talked about being buried, and I'm running a word generator app here, and I've just got the word Blackheart, buried, Anthony, tone, and state.
Interesting, it was linked.
That's really peculiar. When I started to ask questions after that happened, I asked if all the spirits that are here, if it's from a graveyard above.
Okay, we're going to come down to you for a sec. I want to see if we can bring a conclusion to this.
Okay, brilliant. I feel like
That was some crazy movement to be
we've
fair.
genuinely unearthed something. We'll have to send you the footage out just so you can see, because that was.
Pretty incredible.
There's sort of a space of about 5. Well, you probably on this radio about 5 sort of 10 minutes. I think it's really, really picked up.
Yeah.
Before that, there was another thing that happened is I rested the K2 meter on Savannah's lap, and what were we doing at the point?
It was after I saw a face behind
It
you.
was after you said you saw a face behind me and started freaking out. And I turned to my left, we sort of stood probably just here.
You said you saw a light on the ceiling.
It sort of went probably halfway up on the K2. But there was nothing there that would set the K2 off. It's just a porcelain doll, you know what I mean?
There's nothing in this tunnel that would set that came to off. Young lady, I heard you on my Echovox. I heard you speak. Do you like the dolly? Don't be afraid of me or anyone around me. They won't hurt you. Why don't you come and play with the dolly again? I know you like it. I know my nieces and nieces would like it.
Something just went off there.
Did it?
It sounded like one of our cameras going off again. I just got a female voice coming through on the walkie-talkie then.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I swear to God, just as you finished talking, a female voice said something through the walkie-talkie. All three of us heard it.
Right guys, that closes our investigation at the Bridge North Tunnel. We want to thank M&A Paranormal for the opportunity for tonight, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, cheers for
Thanks.
watching, guys. Appreciate it.
It's been good fun. Check out our channel, we'll leave the link in the description box below, and make sure you subscribe and check them out.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Tonight we're at a haunted ruined church and we'll be here for our Halloween special 2019. Tonight the paranormal detectives are at Colston Bassett.
Sun is setting, the house is getting cold. About a minute, better lock the door. Moon is calling, the fog is falling. What's that moving on the second floor? Telephone's failing, the lights are faded. Got no power since 4:30. Light a candle, you notice the handle starts to turn on the living room door.
Hi everyone, thank you for tuning in. We just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who supported us and who's watched us so far. We've just finished series 3 and we finished on a really high note with the Ancient Ram Fear experiment.
Had a lot of fun with that one. Thanks everyone for the support. We really appreciate it.
We did, it was a lot of fun to make. And tonight we're going to kick things off. We're heading to a extremely haunted location, so supposedly, and this is actually going to be a Halloween special as well.
Ooh.
So where are we heading to?
Halloween special. Right, tonight we're going to a place called Colston Bassett. It's a place that was actually recommended to us by quite a few people, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been.
I think we should probably head off now
Yeah.
and make our way there.
Okay.
Hope you enjoy the video.
Cheers guys, thank you.
Just under a kilometre northeast of the village of Colston Bassett lays the ruins of St Mary's Church. Throughout the Midlands, this disused abandoned place is renowned for its paranormal activity. Some even say that this once house of God is now nothing more than a portal to hell. This mysterious stone structure was built upon the grounds of what was thought to be an Anglo-Saxon church that was definitely in existence by 1135. St Mary's is built from a variety of stones, including large amounts of blue bias limestone and white limestone that are both known to be strong geomagnetic conductors. Could this be the reason the energy levels are so high here, or is there something darker and far more sinister at play? Paranormal teams have been visiting here for many years. Some have suffered attacks, leading many people to strongly believe that there is a demonic presence here.
We have visited Colston Bassett, also known as St Mary's Church, and we found out that there's a demon who is situated within the bell tower. We found this out through research, and one of our female team members being scratched on the neck.
Is this why the church was abandoned? Or is this evil entity something that's been brought forward through the satanic worship that is rumoured to have taken place in the secret tunnels that run underneath its grounds? Or perhaps it's an echo of a tormented spirit sacrificed in one of these underground rituals. Whatever it may be, knowing that physical harm has occurred here and taking into account the time of year means we'll be entering this investigation with extreme caution. Right, so I'm in Colston Bassett on my own. Brian just popped the car to grab some equipment. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this place. It's strange. When we first arrived, we found a dead bird just lay there on the floor. I think that's kind of set the mood already. This place just reeks of death. And some of the stories here are not so nice. A few stories of demons and other paranormal creatures that are not pleasant. It's going to be interesting, that. Earlier on today, when Brian was getting some outside footage of the building, I actually started to walk over to this door over here. And as you can see, it's got a very old, very thick, heavy padlock on it. I was moving that padlock, taking some B-roll footage, when basically it felt like the door had moved. I went outside to have a go at Brian, basically for winding me up, and he wasn't there. He was the other side of the church. Genuinely had my first experience. While you were shooting the B-roll around there,
Yeah.
you know, on this door here, the other side there's a padlock.
The one that's locked, the wooden one there.
There's a wooden one that's locked.
Yeah.
And I flicked it, and then suddenly the door went like that.
Okay.
Like, could have been out here. It's quite windy. It could have been the wind.
Yeah.
But I didn't you hear me shout tosser?
No.
Honestly, I shouted tosser because I knew you were out here filming. I thought you'd knocked the door.
Oh, playing you up.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that was a bit creepy. Also found a dead bird.
Oh, nice.
So found our first experience of death here straight away.
Great.
On going outside, it was a bit windy, so it could potentially have been the wind. But I haven't heard it do it since, and I didn't hear it do it before, so it's something to keep an eye on. I think when you capture evidence like that, or have something strange like that, as much as it may not seem like a focal point, I think it would be strange not to focus on it. So I think we'll be placing the locked off camera here tonight. We've had a good walk round, we've checked the place out, we've had a look around where we're going to set everything up, haven't we? And done a bit further research while we're here, and had a bit of a nosy round. What are your thoughts of the place? How are you feeling being here, bro?
Not too bad at the moment, but I'm sure as the lights go down and the sun goes down, I'm sure it'll probably change. It is reputed to be one of the most haunted locations in the UK. So that'll be interesting to see when it goes dark how we're actually changing here. Right, so we're going to take you on a little bit of a tour now of Colston Bassett, and we're going to start a tour here. So as we're standing right now, we're actually in the old bell tower of the church. Now the bells in here don't actually remain. When this church was closed down and the new one was built, they actually took the bells with them and transported them to the new church. However, there is a haunting that apparently the sounds of the bells actually do still ring. So that will be interesting to see whether tonight we could hear those bells chiming.
That's not all. We've actually got some friends that have visited here in the past from another paranormal group, and they claim that when they were here during their investigation, they uncovered there was a demon living in a bell tower. One of the members of their team got scratched, among other things. So we will be focusing quite largely here tonight, seeing what we can pick up. We'll have a locked off camera placed here throughout the night, and hopefully we capture something. Right, so this is the outside of Colston Bassett Church. As the inside, it is renowned for paranormal activity, and strange things have happened. The church may be in ruins, but the graveyard is still in use. So obviously we're going to show as much respect as possible tonight. One of the things that's captured outside the church is hymns, sound of people singing, just like they would in a church congress. So we will be listening tonight and seeing if we get any hymns. We'll be setting up a locked off camera just in front, well, just where the camera's facing now, basically, picking up the side of the bell tower, as you can see, and we'll be hoping to capture some EVPs on this locked off camera. We'll be hoping to capture something else, won't we, Brian?
We will, yeah. One of the other reported sightings that happen in Colston Bassett is actually within the ruins behind us, and it's actually the site of candle lights and other light anomalies which appear in there. So is this something from the past? Is it a blast from the past of where candles and other things were lit up in there? Or is this a case of humans, other investigators maybe? Hopefully tonight we'll be able to rule that one out and see if it is paranormal or not in nature. There is also, as Nathan said, the sound of hymns. There is also something else which is sounded here, audible, and that's actually, it's believed to be a tunnel underneath the church. And it's from this tunnel and from the underground of this church where moans and groans are actually heard, which I can imagine in the dead of night would be quite creepy. So
there is rumours that this tunnel actually housed worship, but not of the church, dark worship, as in sacrifice. So maybe that's what caused the moans and groans. Maybe it's the echoes of those that were sacrificed.
So where are we off to now then? So we've got one other location to show you. It's where we're going to set up our final locked off camera tonight, and it's actually a scene of a tragic scene where a death happened.
It is a young girl lost her life, but we'll tell you a little bit more about that when we get there.
Yeah, let's go. Right guys, so we're just off to the stream now where the scene of Old Florrie, the legend of Old Florrie, where she unfortunately died in the stream.
Sounds like we're walking through it.
I was going to say, I think we just did.
It's been a wet day.
Just lost our fair feet.
Yeah. I'm actually going to turn the camera around a little bit so I can see where we're going, and so you can see where we are. As you can see, it's quite damp. Right, so it's actually said to be this stream that runs here, which is where Old Florrie lost her life. She was carrying cheese, something that Colston Bassett is very famous for, and she tripped and fell and died in this stream. It's also said that the cheese that she was carrying blended away into the water and actually soaked into the dirt. And they say that some days, if you take a grain of grass, you'll taste Colston Bassett cheese, thanks to Old Florrie. Tonight, we're going to set up a locked off camera, pointing at this stream where she lost her life, in the hope that some part of her wishes to say hello, or relive the story, or the legend of Old Florrie for us. We're going to head back up now, and we're going to tell you the story of Gallows Hill, and then we'll be starting our investigation. Well, there's one last story that we want to tell you before we start our investigation. Light's fading now, so it's starting to get to that time. It's getting a bit creepy, isn't it, bro?
Yeah, it's almost time to begin, I think.
But our final story, the fields that surround the church, as you can see. It's actually a place called Gallows Hill, and people were hung around here. Now, one of the paranormal sightings here is people walking towards the church with crick necks, like they'd just been hung.
Bit of a creepy thought, isn't it?
I don't know how I'm going to feel if I look out of the church tonight with a night vision camera and see a group of people walking towards me with crick necks. I will try my best to film it if it happens, but I've got to be honest, I think I'll run away. So we'll see. How do you feel about that one, bro?
Yeah, I think if I saw a group of people coming towards me with a wonky neck, it might put the frighteners in, I think.
It would.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah.
It's a bit like The Walking Dead, isn't it?
It is a little bit, and what better time for it than Halloween? So.
Exactly.
Right, we're going to flip over to night vision now and start the investigation.
Here are the 4 locked off cameras we're using for tonight's investigation. Camera 1 covers our haunted doll, Henry. Camera 2 covers the inside of the bell tower. Camera 3 covers the outside of the bell tower. And camera 4 covers the bridge where old Florrie lost her life.
Right guys, so we've finally made it now, ready to start the investigation. We've marked up the cameras, set them off to record, and here we are, and we're about to start. It's very cold already, you can tell it's Halloween. We're going to start tonight with an EVP session, I think, and what we're going to do, we're going to start in the actual graveyard itself. As you said earlier, it's still an active graveyard, but there are many stories surrounding noises that are heard, hymns that are being sung, and also strange noises from an underground tunnel which goes underneath the church. So I'm going to start this EVP session. EVP session 1, graveyard. I'd like to call out please and ask if any spirits are in the graveyard with us right now and you'd like to communicate with us, could you please let us know? Did you hear a tap behind me?
I can't hear anything. To be honest, it's gone deathly quiet.
Right, I'm going to play this one back. EVP session 1, graveyard. I'd like to call out please and ask if any spirits are in the graveyard with us right now and you'd like to communicate with us. Could you please let us know by speaking into the device I'm holding in my hand? Did you hear a tap behind me? Right, it's been said that people can hear people singing hymns in the church. Is there anyone here that likes to sing hymns? Could you sing a hymn for us now, please? Could you tell me what your favourite hymn is? Right, it's been said that people can hear people singing hymns in the church. Is there anyone here that likes to sing hymns? Could you sing a hymn for us now, please?
No, it's not there.
Nothing that's obvious.
We've had a few comments lately, haven't we, about EVPs not being replayed. What we do, we always analyse all the EVPs on a computer program, check them over, but we don't replay them if there's nothing on there, purely just to keep the time of the episodes down, really, don't we?
Yeah.
But rest assured, they are checked.
Yeah,
we use Audacity, don't we?
Yeah, we use Audacity, which is free to anyone to use. Really good, reliable program. But at the end of the day, if there's nothing to replay, we just replay the footage of us at the time, listening back. Obviously, if we did capture something on these devices, we would showcase that. It's said that there's a tunnel underneath the grounds of the church and the churchyard that we're actually in now. And from the tunnel, moans and groans are often heard. Is there anyone here who's responsible for making those sounds?
Whilst calling out during our EVP session in the graveyard, we both started to hear what sounded like footsteps coming closer towards us, yet we could not see anything or anyone who could have made these footsteps or where they were coming from. This was the first time that we felt slightly unnerved during this investigation.
They had like a single one then as well. And again.
like a shuffling.
Yeah, yeah.
Very light shuffle on the feet.
It almost sounds, I don't know if this is in my head, but it almost sounds hollow. Like,
Yeah. If that was you, can you move towards us, please? We can hear you. It's said that there's a tunnel underneath the grounds of the church and the churchyard that we're actually in now. And from the tunnel, moans and groans are often heard. Is there anyone here who's responsible for making those sounds? Right, I want to go now to this the door here, because this is a door earlier that you said about.
yep, we actually have a locked off camera set up
Literally the other
side of this door.
The other side. We've got Henry on the other side of the door
Yep.
as well. Whilst we were setting up earlier our equipment and the cameras, and we were shooting some video footage of this lovely church, Nathan was on his own inside the church, and this door, was it sprung back to him?
It made like a movement, bit of a knock almost, but not a knock, like someone was pushing it. I thought it was you. Were you trying to open the door?
Were you trying to show Nathan that there's someone else here and he wasn't on his own? If that's the case, can you do that again, please? We're both stood this side of the door.
I heard footsteps then. I don't know if it was yours moving.
I haven't really moved position, to be
It
honest.
sounded gravelly.
Gravelly?
Like, yeah, like someone's walking on gravel.
Don't know if it's just me, but my hand's really warm here. You know how it's cold tonight?
It is a fairly cold night.
Well, I've stuck my hand out here and it feels really warm. It feels like I've put my hand into literally, it feels like someone's touching my hand.
Is somebody trying to welcome us in? Is that why Brian's feeling warmth?
That's a feeling I've never felt before. Or in all honesty,
We felt cold spots and stuff, but not.
I've never felt warm. That feels like someone's put their hands around mine.
That is strange.
But it's warm. Can you feel that? Or is that just me? Just here?
Oh god, yeah. It's like you're putting your hand towards the radiator.
That's it.
There,
Yeah.
that's it. Or then you walk into a shop and it's got heating.
Yes.
It seems to come behind
What's-
your hand as well. That is very strange.
I've never felt that before. Okay, let's look at it. Let's look at it logically. Obviously, it's a building. There's going to be inside. You know.
There's not a light inside, there's no roof, there's no windows. This is the only door in the place that's still standing.
But it is, isn't it?
But it is like...
Literally, as you just said, like a radiator.
It's like you hit a certain point and it... There.
Yeah.
There. That is very peculiar. Do I get the K2 out and put the K2 by the door?
I was just thinking that because we haven't picked up on anything earlier when we did the baseline test. What was that? What was that? What was that? What was that?
Don't know. Is it just me or does that sound like it's coming right from the other side of the door?
Yeah. Right, I'm going to...
We do have a locked off camera there, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, we do. And Henry.
And Henry.
Okay,
Right.
so K2 I'm going to put to the door. If this goes
Hold
berserk.
it upright so I can see. That's it.
Well, it's very warm at this door. Is it your presence? If it is, can you touch what I'm holding in my hand, please? It's significantly warmer here. It does feel like you're touching my hands. I've never felt anything like it before.
What Brian is holding can't hurt you. It's just our way of knowing that you're there.
Oh,
It's by.
did you get that? Only a little one.
Yeah, I can see it.
Can you do that again, please? That was amazing.
A K2 meter or EMF meter measures electromagnetic energy. It is believed that ghosts and spirits can be detected using these devices. The readings we were receiving on the K2 meter were not huge, only managing to light up to the second light on the device. However, we did not get any readings before the investigation.
What he holds in his hand, come and touch it.
You can take it from me if you
It
like.
can't hurt you. Could hurt you, Brian wouldn't be holding it. It's just a box. The lights will light up to show that you're near. Come near it and touch it.
It's not spiking much.
That's interesting though.
It was almost on command. A little bit.
That is strange.
It also doesn't feel as warm. It is still warm, but it doesn't feel as warm here anymore.
Let me have a feel.
It is still warm.
Ah, see, that time I actually went all the way and touched the door without noticing.
And the door's cold, isn't it? Actual door itself.
I'll tell you what I find interesting.
What's that?
With the night vision, you can actually see footprints on the door.
Footprints. Oh yeah?
Like shoe marks on the door.
That's a bit weird.
But I didn't notice them before. We need to go back and check that. Or, you know, you walk into a shop and it's got heating.
Yes.
It seems to come behind
What's-
your hand as well. That is very strange.
After hearing footsteps coming towards us, a strange sound that we couldn't hear clearly enough, and a blast of warm air by the sealed door that we also couldn't explain, we decided to change locations and head towards the bell tower for the next experiment, for Nathan to conduct a pendulum session.
Right guys, we're in the bell tower now, and yeah, pretty creepy. This is where some friends of ours claim that a demon resides, and a lot of people have claimed that there's bad energy in here. Whether it's taking the bells out, whether it's somebody that got killed here, somebody who was buried here, somebody who was trapped in the tunnels below, we don't know. But it's said that there's a spirit here who claims his name to be George. Whoa.
What's the matter? I think that's a bat.
So like, no, it wasn't that. It was like a real... I can't explain. It's like wind on my arm, but it's not wind. It's like my arm's just gone really cold.
So we've had a hot spot and a cold spot.
It's like somebody grabbed my arm with an icy hand. But that's weird.
So we've both had.
Sorry, what was I saying? Well, I didn't like that. So there is claim that there's somebody here who claims to be called George. Whether that's his name or not, we don't know. And it's claimed that he's demonic. Once again, I don't know whether I believe in that. We will see. And people have been scratched here. Now, that's interesting, so like I said, I felt like I had a really cold sort of feeling in my arm then. So. Right, so I'm going to do a pendulum session, see if we can learn anything about George, whoever else resides here. As I always say with pendulum, I'm going to start off by asking a simple yes or no question I know the answer to. Spirit, is my name Nathan? Move the pendulum in a way to signify yes. It's going already, look. Fucking hell. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Just zoomed in.
Swinging it so much it's knocking my torch. I moved my torch out of the way. Bloody hell. Thank you, Spirit. Can you move the pendulum to signify no for me, please? And it's ticking. Jesus, this... I know I say it every time, but this freaks me out every single time. And it feels really strong here. Thank you, Spirit.
It looks very strong.
It feels really strong. It feels like something's tugging on it.
Okay.
It's actually making my arms ache a little bit. Right. Is it the spirit of George who is moving this pendulum? Yes. I had a feeling it'd say that. Whether it actually is or not, I don't know. But I had a feeling it'd say that.
Interesting.
Are you the spirit that hurts people that come into your bell tower? Jesus.
I just caught it by the shadow on the floor.
Do you see how it's moving? Whoa. Do you plan on hurting us tonight? You know, I said I wasn't really feeling this place much earlier on before the door. I'm feeling it now.
It's funny how a pendulum session can do that, right?
Are you going to scratch me? Did you die here, George? Slowing down.
What, a slow? Jesus Christ, that's like...
You got this on camera, yeah?
Yeah.
You can see my hands. Make sure you can see my hands.
I just can't believe how sudden that changed.
Okay, George, if that is your name, are you buried here? Were you a vicar, George?
What's the matter?
Fucking hell.
What? What's the matter? What's wrong?
I don't know, my arm started to hurt, mate, seriously.
Oh, don't do this.
No, it's like...
Do you want a light for a sec?
Yeah, what the rig on, mate?
I need to find it, I can't figure out that. You okay?
No, it's like...
Let's have a look.
It feels like... Oh, it feels like all the muscles just locked in my arm.
I thought you'd been genuinely been scratched or
I
something.
don't know what it was, it just felt like... It felt like my arm tense, but it wasn't me. Like my arm tensed that much, like the fucking... It was going to pop or something.
Nice. That's a new feeling.
Did you hear something then?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know whether to carry on with this or not.
We haven't closed it down, have we? I know that sounds daft to say, but we've never closed a pendulum session down before. You've always said thank you at the end.
Fuck it, let's get back to it. Right. Ah, fuck it still hurts. I'm starting to feel this place a bit.
Just give me a sec. I can sort this out.
What the fuck?
Are you okay? So we've just checked you over. Your arm just
Yeah,
seized up a little bit.
It's like it locked. I don't know. I've never had that before doing a pendulum, but... Right. Spirit. George, if that's your name. Was that you that just did something to my arm? Oh, God. Are you hurting me because you want me to leave? This has got to be the most powerful pendulum.
By far.
Is this your home?
I think I just heard a voice.
Are you demonic? Yeah.
I think when you asked, is this your home, I swear I heard, yeah.
I should check it back. I don't know what to say with this now, to be honest. It's really... It's put put me on the back burner a bit, to be honest. I was feeling quite confident up until that point. George, were you hung at Gallow Hill?
What's the matter? Huh?
Torchlight somewhere.
Where?
At this point, we halted the pendulum session as Nathan spotted what he thought was torchlight in the surrounding field. Suspecting there was a human presence coming our way, he stopped the session to see what was going on, only to then discover the lights he saw had now vanished. Was this really torchlight, or perhaps a light anomaly, much like the candlelights that have previously been reported to be seen?
Jesus, mate. This place is somewhere else. Did you hear that?
I heard that. How's your arm?
Okay.
As we headed back to resume the pendulum session, unknown to me at the time of filming, we caught a light anomaly on camera. It looks very similar to a beam of light created by a car headlight or torchlight. However, the area around us is just fields, with no cars anywhere close by. Could this have been the same light anomaly that Nathan saw?
Right. We're going to finish this. We're not being pushed around and we're not being made leave. Let's make that clear.
As we were replaying the footage, we came across this EVP. After studying it, we discovered it to be an ancient Anglo-Saxon word which translates into to pull or drag. This is strange as just moments before hearing this EVP, Nathan experienced what felt like someone firmly grabbing his arm. Could this be the demonic voice challenging us?
Did you murder someone while you were alive, George? What the fuck was that? Did you hear that? That crack? Did you murder someone, George? Yeah. Were you hung, George?
It's picking up more momentum.
Why do you reside here if you were hung? Is this where they brought your body?
They're changing.
It smells burning.
Yeah. It's funny you should say that. I can't smell it now, but I smelled it about 10 minutes ago.
Were you burnt, George? It smelled really strong burning.
Mm.
This church never caught fire or anything like that.
Is it a demonic sign?
You know, I was having a bit of a giggle on the way here about the whole demonic thing
Yeah.
in church. I'm not laughing though. If there is something demonic here, something demonic inside a church, what the hell could that mean? I'll tell you what, I'm feeling really sick.
Yeah.
The smell of burning's gone and now I feel really sick. I'm going to
Maybe-
be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think something's trying to affect me tonight. Genuinely, I think something's trying to affect me, and I'm telling you that for both of our safety.
Okay.
I'm not one that massively believes in possession and stuff, but I don't feel myself.
Okay.
My legs feel rigid.
Your legs as well.
I feel sick. I almost feel like I'm not fully in control of my own sort of... I am in control, but I don't feel
I can smell that burning now. Really strong here. Ooh, that's come on nice. I haven't smelled that for a good 10 minutes.
George, are you trying to affect me? Are you trying to take control of me?
Well, George, it ain't gonna happen. Not for Nathan, not for me.
I'm a big guy, George. You're not going to take control of me.
You don't have permission from either of us to take control of either of us. So what are you going to do about it? You're going to scratch us?
Why are you trapped here, George? Did you come here? Or were you kept here for doing something really bad? Are you buried in the tunnel here, George? It'd be totally weird. I almost had a thought in my head.
Go on.
As much as sometimes they can be ridiculous, sometimes they have been known to be true.
What's that?
You know, in history, sometimes people that committed bad things,
Yeah.
there's a lot of noises going on. Sometimes people who committed bad things, the bodies were obviously tortured, chopped apart,
Yeah.
etc. I'm sure I read somewhere that parts of bodies were buried under churches
Okay.
to keep the evil away.
That's interesting. I've not heard of that before.
Something I've read ages ago, and I'm not sure if it was a theory or a fact. I'll have to check that up.
During the pendulum session, a strange voice was picked up on our locked-off camera inside the bell tower. It didn't appear on any of the other cameras at the time.
George, if you remain here, we want to know where. Brian is going to use some dowsing rods in a minute. We wish for you to show us, with the dowsing rods, where your body remains. Answer yes if you'll do this for us. I'm not shutting this pendulum down.
It's Matt.
What sort of face? I'm not.
Where?
Right, thanks for your answer. I am shutting this pendulum down. Right, next to you. Like here. Like here. Next
Where?
to you.
It's literally next to me.
Like, sort of next to you, but sort of just above your elbow. This is going to sound weird, like a boy.
Okay. Do we think George is a boy?
We decided to move on to try dowsing rods to see if we could locate where George was buried. As we were changing location, upon playback we noticed a weird light anomaly in the top of the archway we were close to. It seems to blend into the wall at the end. Here are some replays. What do you think?
Right, so we're going to start with dowsing rods now. You've just done your pendulum session.
Yeah, I
and
didn't enjoy that.
Didn't enjoy that. That was quite heavy, the pendulum moving. And this George person who we spoke to, or apparently called George, has agreed to show us where he's buried with these dowsing rods. So we'll give these a try and see if we can get anything. So I've got the dowsing rods in my hand, and I just want to confirm, please, that there is a spirit. George, if you're there. If you are there, I need you to please cross the rods for me, just to signify that you're here with us. As you can see, I've barely got any pressure. I'm hardly holding these. I could feel the left one moving more than the right. But they have slightly crossed.
Yep.
You can see that.
It's a good start.
It's a good start. So you're here, George. Thank you very much. Okay. So what I want to do now is we want to know where you're laid to rest. And the way I want you to do that, please, is by moving both of these rods in the same direction to point where to walk. So where do you want us to walk to find where you're buried? If you can move them both in the same direction now, please, that would be great.
Alright, you have to lead because it's obviously opposite on the camera, so I can't see.
So I'm going to start walking. As they're pointing in this direction, obviously, if you want us to go backwards, you need to turn these around.
You see I locked off camera there.
Yeah. Getting us to turn as well.
I can't see the dowsing rods, mate. In fact, if you hold up, I'll try and go in front of you.
Yeah.
So the ground's so uneven. Sorry, the ground's so uneven.
No, that's fine. So they've both been facing.
I'll walk backwards.
Just be careful.
Yep.
George, where do I go from now, please? Do I go round the church, or are you round here?
Circle. If this takes us to a gravestone, I'll shoot myself.
Well, that's the idea.
Right, I really cannot see a bloody thing looking through this.
Got that light.
I'm trying to film it at the same time. Right, okay.
You haven't took us a very easy way, George.
No, not at all.
Spirit is moving. This one?
Is it?
It's crossed.
It's crossed.
I said this one, and it's crossed.
Okay, right.
That's what we pointed at this one.
Right.
Name's
What's
it.
that say?
John.
What it says?
Yeah, on this side. Towards me.
We experimented with dowsing rods for quite some time during the investigation, and the rods led us to many areas of the graveyard, most commonly along routes which were not on the normal footpath and would be very awkward to get to. We were led to many graves where the rods crossed, and none of the names on the headstone were named George. It felt to us both at the time that we were being led through the graveyard by something that was playing games with us. We continued using the rods and asked many questions in the hope that we would find the grave of George. However, in the end, we were totally unsuccessful and the rods were inconclusive.
I think something's playing games with
I
it.
think this has been very inconclusive tonight. I mean, let's not forget that the first answer on the pendulum, it did actually say that it wasn't buried on the grounds.
Yeah.
Then it said it was happy to show us where it's buried.
I
so.
think something's playing games with us.
Right, so the dowsing rod experiment has been inconclusive. We haven't found any graves with the name George as such. So what we're going to do is we're going to finalise tonight's investigation. We're going to get the spirit box out and we're going to see if we can communicate with him further.
As we headed back to the bell tower, we noticed that during the dowsing rod session, Henry had moved position and was now face down on the floor. Unfortunately, the camera battery had now died, so we can't say that this is paranormal for sure, but who knows.
Is anybody here? Yeah. Can you make your presence known through this device I'm holding? Talk to us. I felt you grab my arm earlier on. I felt you swing the pendulum. And by the looks of it, you took Brian on a tour of the graveyard. Now is your chance. You can speak to us. Speak to us. What have you got to say? Are you a little boy, George? Are you a little boy playing games? Is it you that appeared by Brian's side? If you're a boy playing games, George, we need to know. You're not in trouble, but we need to know. Henry?
Henry.
Shit. Henry, is that you? Oh man, that sent me cold. Did you touch Henry, our dog?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, I heard it
I
was
heard yeah at the end.
Did you touch our dog? That's the same voice. That's a really deep voice. You're not a boy, George. Talk to me. Tell me what you think of us. What do you want us to do? We're not going to go. Go away. We're not going to go away. Not until you talk to us. Not until you tell us. Talk to us and tell us who you are, and we'll go away. Come forth, come on, tell us your name.
Why did you take me on a tour of the graveyard and not show me where you're buried?
Same voice.
You attacked Nathan's arm earlier as well. You tried to do something to him.
I saw you stood by Brian's arm. I saw a small figure.
Are you trying to do the same to me?
You're trying to hurt Brian like you hurt me. Go away. Were you trying to hurt Brian like you hurt me?
Yes or no? Simple question.
This is your only chance to communicate with us. Wherever you are, whatever you can see or feel, just talk. Tell us how you died. Tell us what you did when you were alive. What's that?
What's that?
Is there two spirits here with us? Is it a father and son? Did you just say hung? Were you hung? Tell us if you were hung.
you have any other message for us?
Right, that concludes our investigation. What are your thoughts on the place, Brian?
It's more active, I think, than what I actually expected. Upon being here in the daytime, I wasn't really getting much of a feel for it, but we have had some strange activity, I guess.
I'd say we're pretty much in the same boat there. I wasn't expecting much of this place, I'll be honest. We've been to a lot of ruins, a lot of different places, and sometimes we caught stuff, but on the whole, not all that much. I didn't expect this place to be any different. Obviously, we've got to watch the footage back to see what we've caught, but I haven't been easy here. I was fine in the daytime, as was Brian. That thing happened with the door. Obviously, we tried to be logical about it. It could be wind. I still can't rule that out. It could still be wind. But what happened during the pendulum session was not very nice at all. In fact, it's actually put me off pendulum a little bit.
Yeah, I've never seen you react like that.
Real pain, real sort of like my arm locked. It was weird. Can't explain it. Anyway, we hope you enjoyed our Halloween special. We hope you're all having a fantastic Halloween yourselves. If you're not watching this, please, if you have watched this and you've enjoyed it, think about subscribing, hit that like button for us, and leave us a comment if you've seen anything or you got any suggestions for further investigations, anything you liked or disliked. Comment below, let us know. Feedback's always good. Anything you want to see us do, just let us know. And until next time, keep seeking the truth. Good night.
Tonight, we take you on a journey through the UK's most haunted village of Pluckley. This is our Halloween special 2020.
Sun is setting, the house is getting cold. By the minute, better lock the door. Moon is calling, fog is falling. What's that moving on the second floor? Telephone's failing, the lights are faded. Got no power since 4:30. Light a candle, you notice the handle starts to turn on the living room door.
Right, so we're on the road to Pluckley now.
Yeah, we just set off. Brian told me the weather was going to be mild. 10% chance of rain all day. I've changed my underpants twice. I've got that piss wet through. Thanks for that, Brian.
Yeah, that's alright, you know. Shouldn't have been a weather forecast. Weather forecaster don't work, clearly. But excited though, hopefully this will clear up, and I think if it does, we should have a good night ahead of us. Plenty to see, plenty to do in Pluckley. The place is absolutely riddled with poltergeists and ghosts, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, you think about it, it's Halloween today, and we are going to the most haunted village in the UK. What more could we ask for? So, what are you feeling about it? You feeling apprehensive, nervous, or...?
I've got two main concerns with the whole thing, really, and number one, that's obviously was it devil worshippers and satanic rituals and stuff like that, which happen in the Screaming Woods. And number two is the potential UFO activity that's seen in Pluckley over the Screaming Woods.
The thing you mentioned about the UFOs, the lights above the trees, a lot of people say look like
Spider webs?
like a spider's web lighting up above the trees.
Kind of glistens, doesn't it?
I can't really think of a logical explanation for that.
No,
I find that, I don't know, it's a hard one to find a logical explanation for, and to have the same thing described
after, 50 years after?
something like 50, 60 years apart is creepy, really.
Yeah, doesn't really make much sense.
Doesn't add up, does it?
I think the thing is with the ghosts and whatever, we're obviously kind of banking on seeing that. We're not really expecting to see it.
Also,
Yeah, we're banking, we're hoping for it. That's what we aim to try and find, and that's what we're looking for.
I suppose we sort of know, well, I won't say know how to deal with it.
Well, yeah,
we have
you're right.
equipment to try and find it, to try and capture it, record it, communicate with it.
But what do you do if you suddenly see something in the sky coming down here?
Yeah, I mean, I
It's
don't
a
know how
bit-
good a spirit box is going to be towards that. Or
I don't think it's going to help you much,
You know.
if I'm honest.
anyway, the elephant in the room at the moment. In fact, there's two elephants in the room. The first one,
Where are they?
first one, the vote.
Yes.
I would like to say thank you to everyone for not voting for me. I was actually really shocked. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was, but
I mean, did you really? Because I
honestly thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was.
do kind of suspect a tiny bit of foul play, I
No,
guess.
honestly, no foul play. Other than telling
you.
people that I didn't want to get cold, there wasn't a lot of foul play.
Oh, you didn't tell anyone to vote for me, no?
May have mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's happened to you before, and I was expecting the same sort of karma, but obviously not this time, so that's fine. What's the other elephant?
The other elephant that people at home don't know about, but I know about. We met up last week and we were discussing the plans for Bluckley and everything else. And I distinctly recall you saying that you were going to bake some cookies for the journey.
Yeah.
You forgot about
I
it,
forgot
didn't
about them, yeah.
you? Now, I'm sat here and I haven't got any cookies.
No, but we do have the
Yeah,
chocolate fingers.
I've bought chocolate fingers. However, I think the people at home, as well, I personally suspected you would forget. I knew you'd forget. Right?
You trying to insinuate I'm quite a forgetful person?
I knew you'd forget. Anyway, but don't worry. I've arranged a forfeit from forgetting.
Have you?
I have indeed. That little chili pepper I give you earlier on. Where's the little chili pepper, bro?
I think I've lost it.
Because I think everyone at home would like to see you eat a chili pepper instead of what would have been cookies.
Alright, fine. Let me clench my palate first.
I'm sure it's not that hot.
But you said they're sweet chilies.
Yeah, they're sweet chilies.
I'm sure I believe you as well, but do you know what? For you, I'll do it.
You like spicy food?
Yeah, I like spicy food, I just can't take it. Okay, fine. So I didn't get the cookies.
Yeah. I mean, it's orange. No, nothing bad. Nothing bad's ever been orange. The Simpsons are orange. There's nothing wrong with orange. See? It's not that bad.
Here we go. I can feel the burn.
It's not that bad at all. Homegrown, that is, mate. You okay? I wouldn't rub your eyes.
Well, it's only a sweet one, isn't it?
You okay, mate?
That was a spicy bit.
I just like to point out Ryan's cough is not COVID related, it's chili pepper related. You've gone ever so red. Do you remember that time I dribbled on camera? It was hilarious. It was really funny to share that across the internet. This is my revenge.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I'm glad I could bring that.
Woo. Where's the next services?
Next services?
Yeah.
Oh, we ain't got time to stop, mate.
I need a pint of milk.
Anyway.
Oh, mate, it's getting worse. Fucking hell, it's a slow burner, that is.
I would also like to point out to everyone, last Christmas Brian brought me a present. Now,
hang on, right.
I like chilli sauce, and Brian thought, I'll buy Nathan some chilli sauce. This chili sauce he brought me, however, was it a million Scoville?
No, not quite.
And I didn't realise, so I made myself a sandwich. Lots of chili sauce on this sandwich. My mouth swelled up that much and my tongue swelled up that much I nearly called an ambulance because I couldn't breathe. Genuinely nearly called an ambulance. So which Brian found hilarious. So don't feel too sorry for him.
I mean, I thought you would have read the instructions, like, you know.
Oh yeah. Warning
Oh, mate.
label. Ryan's putting his mouth out the window.
Oh my god. Okay, so we spoke about my number one sort of concern for tonight. You haven't mentioned yours.
I don't know actually. There's a few things that concern me.
Well, I think that's one of them.
One is very similar to yours. You know, bodies going missing and then reappearing and no cause of death and the amount of... That's concerning. But I think one of my biggest concerns is actually not so much paranormal, but there's a lot of devil worship goes on in there. Satanic rituals, and even to this present day, I believe the local police advise people not to go in after 9 PM, I think it is.
I think so, yeah.
Because of stuff like that. So getting caught up in stuff in any of that could be a bit concerning.
Well, I've read somewhere they actually do section off the village on Halloween night as well, so that's something else. I can't believe you. When I said bring yourself a Halloween mask, I suggested a bird mask. And I thought you were going to bring something scary like a plague doctor outfit.
What's wrong with this?
Not a duck mask.
This is scary. I'm going to prove this is scary. Anyway, when you said you were going to come as a mythical creature, I thought you were going to come as something a little bit better. I was expecting, I don't know, a werewolf, a vampire, not a bloody unicorn.
This is scary. Can you imagine this in the deep in the woods at the middle of the night?
So tonight we're starting this journey in Pluckley, right in the centre of St Nicholas's Church. And it is said that there are 3 spirits here that roam. 2 spirits of a white lady and 1 of a red. Now it is thought that the spirit, all 3 spirits are the same person, and that is a Lady Daring. The Lady Daring was said to have been a very pretty lady, and when she was buried in a coffin made of lead, with a single red rose placed on top. Could this be why she is sometimes seen in red and not white? No matter which form she takes though, the story goes that she wanders these gravestones and this yard in sorrow, searching for her stillborn child. One of the lesser known stories about this graveyard is a little ghost story that happened inside this church. A team of investigators actually spent the night here and investigated inside of the church looking for Lady Daring. And when they were investigating inside, they were joined by a 4-legged friend. They were joined by a dog. However, the next day in the morning, when the vicar was asked about the dog, it turned out he never actually owned one. They just assumed it was his. The dog had vanished into
thin air. So we just sat outside one of Pluckley's most famous haunted pubs. This pub, unfortunately, today is actually closed, but it has many ghost stories inside of it. The first one being of a man who sits at the bar, sat next to two red setters as he quietly drinks. The second is a host of ghosts in that pub that move objects and steal things from other punters and customers. But it seems that these items disappear for a few days before they are returned or found.
Hi guys, here we are at Pinnock's Bridge. One of my favourite tales of Pluckley actually when I was looking into it. There was an old lady who actually used to sell watercress from the bridge. Waiting for the car to go past. Yeah, she used to sell watercress from this bridge. And she used to smoke a pipe and drink. And one night she was here selling watercress, and the pipe actually ignited the gin that was soaked into her clothes, and unfortunately she burned to death on this very spot. Now, over the years, people, as you can see the cars passing by, have actually seen her sat here smoking. This has transformed over the years into her sitting here on fire, which has led to just a ball of fire being seen here, and actually it's died down to a small glow just floating in the air. Whether this means her apparition is gone, her energy is gone, we don't know. It does sound very much to me like it's dispersed over the years, to the haunting just fading away, which is interesting. It's one of the first cases I've actually heard of that, so it's interesting. While I'm here, obviously I thought I'd ask a few EVPs because, like I said, it's one of my favourite stories of Pluckley, and I wanted to come here for quite a while. Lady, I've come to buy some watercress. I'm here to buy watercress. Are you still selling watercress? Don't be afraid. Come forth. We know this is where you met your end. One of the most painful deaths known to man. What a prick. If you can make any noise, scream for us. Just make a sound. Make a noise for us. So much contamination.
Lady,
with the cars and
I've come
stuff.
to buy some watercress.
Well, there's so much contamination, I'll probably leave it there. What we'll do, we'll upload this to the computer, analyse it, and go from there. But it's nice to see this place, definitely.
Right, we've just pulled up at Disused Lane, which is another site of a haunting in Pluckley. Do you want to explain this one?
Yeah, Dick Bus Lane. It's basically, there was a group of school kids just after the First World War.
First World War.
Just after the First World War. We're walking down Dick Bus Lane on the way to school, where they actually saw their teacher hanging from a tree. He'd obviously hung himself. He was hanging from a tree, and that's obviously the site that they saw before them. But it goes on further than that, doesn't it?
It continues to this present day, actually. There have been many more sightings of the same teacher seen just hanging in the tree. So this area is very well known for more paranormal activity. Just another feather in Pluckley's cap, really.
I think going round Pluckley so far, it's just a weird atmosphere. Everybody seems vacant and
Not really with it.
not really with it. We've actually passed people in the middle of the dark, in the middle of nowhere, with no lights, no nothing, just strolling by the side of the road, and then you look and you're thinking, are they real? You turn back round and they're not there, and you just, it's sort of, the whole place just seems like Salem's Lot. It's just almost not of this world. It's weird. It's a really weird atmosphere.
To be fair though, I mean, you probably scared them off when you came driving up behind them wearing a duck mask. I mean, that would frighten anyone at this time of night, wouldn't it?
So yeah, it's a strange place. I think the investigation in the woods is going to be really strange and really interesting. I'm actually quite apprehensive now.
I'm glad you're feeling it too.
Something not nice about this. It's almost like you've travelled through time to a different sort of
I'm glad you said that, because that's how
place.
I feel.
I feel really like...
I feel like I'm not with the current... As you said, they felt vacant. I don't feel like we're fitting in.
I feel like detached. I feel like if there was ever
detached.
a problem we needed to speak to someone, there's just be nobody. It's like... I know there's a lot of ghosts in this village, but it feels like the whole village is like a ghost town.
A bit of a shell.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to head off now.
To our next location.
Fright's Corner.
Fright's Corner.
Right guys, here we are at Fright's Corner. This is one of the most famous areas in Pluckley. The area where the highwayman is seen. Since we've been here, we've had some strange things already. Whilst getting out the car, we heard what sounded like a horse snorting or grunting right next to us, which obviously shook us up.
You've heard that twice as well.
We've heard that twice now. I've thought I've seen somebody literally stood in the middle of the road. To which when I shone my torch there, it vanished, just like a black shadow, which obviously put me on edge as well. And the weirdest is we've actually had what looked like a green light run across, well, it was about here, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which, to be honest, it looked like a bit like a laser pen beam, I suppose.
Yeah, but not really sure what caused that.
Nice. It's also interesting to note, full moon tonight. I don't know if you can pick that up with the camera.
Full moon on Halloween. It's
First time in
19 years.
First time in 19 years.
So it's quite rare.
It's quite rare. Wonder if that will help encourage spirit activity, or potentially devil worshippers or satanic rituals. It could be more rife tonight, so we've got to be really careful. Obviously the story behind the highwayman at this location is he is seen running out and coming out, basically trying to rob people as he did in life. He's been spotted by a number of people over the years. This is also where he met his death. He died here. I believe it is in the trees behind us. He was actually caught and run through with a blade. Pinned to the tree, I believe. Actually pinned to the tree with the blade. Perhaps that's why he haunts this corner. Perhaps it's because this is where he used to jump out on people. It was actually this very corner where he used to stop carriages, etc., rob them. But it's safe to say neither of us are feeling comfortable tonight. We both feel vulnerable. We feel very unwelcome. I know obviously the locals are not always a fan of the paranormal investigators coming here, but we feel quite intimidated. Had people beeping at us, shouting at us while filming. So that teamed up with some of the stories here makes us feel really vulnerable. So we've got to be really careful tonight, not just from a paranormal aspect, but from a human aspect. So I'd like to ask while I'm here. Obviously, we're limited on what we can do here. Because
Notice, sorry, all the cars and everything are slowing down when we're...
yeah. Obviously, we're limited what we can do here, being on the side of the road and contamination again. But I'd like to ask, the highwayman is here. Come out. Our pockets full of money. If you're brave enough, come out. What the fuck is that? Your footsteps?
Yeah.
Or does the camera pick that up?
Hopefully. It sounds like...
It sounded like a gallop.
Sounds like either a horse or a horse and cart.
I just heard a gallop. It was like gallop, gallop, stop, vanished. Was that you trying to come forth?
Come forward, we'll give you our money.
We're going to spend tonight in Daring Woods. Come there and take our money. Come and meet us. Right, not that in the head then.
Is it a police? No, fair enough.
Yeah.
During our filming at Fright's Corner, an angry group of locals appeared in a car. They were unhappy at our presence here and our interest in the paranormal. Not long after, a second car appeared with more angry locals surrounding us. At this point, we decided to leave swiftly. We left the area, went out to get some food, drink, and some well-deserved rest before heading to the Screaming Woods. Upon entering the area of the Screaming Woods, we noticed loads of cars and footfall by the entrance.
Right guys, here we are. We've just arrived at Daring Woods, Screaming Woods. Really strange because we've driven up and there seems to be loads of people. Loads of probably 50, 60 cars parked up, would you say, bro?
Yeah, easily.
People coming out from the trees, all over the shop, just slightly up the road.
Kind of walking everywhere, aren't they?
Just walking everywhere. So what we've done, we've come slightly further down the woods to the far end, so we can try and get just an area to ourselves. I think there's nobody down this area, so that's good. We are going to have to be very careful tonight setting up camp and everything, because of the human contamination. There's so many people around. Something we didn't really plan for, isn't it?
No, I wasn't expecting it to be...
Maybe it was a bit naive of us, but we kind of thought it'd be empty.
Yeah, I thought it would be next to nothing.
So yeah, so have to be careful. We can start off by going for a bit of a walk through the forest. I'm going to take my rig back. Brian's going to set his rig up. We'll have two cameras going. We have a walk through the forest. Very Blair Witchy. Acclimatised for a little bit, and then as the night progresses, we're going to come, set up the tent, do an investigation, providing contamination lets us and there's not too many people flooding the area or anything. And then once again, Brian will camp on his own, providing contamination allows it and there's not too many people around. Obviously, it's not ideal, but we're here. We've come a long way. As you probably saw earlier on when we were investigating Fright's Corner, we've actually had some locals, a couple of cars pull up, kind of tried to surround us a little bit, didn't they?
Yeah.
And give us a bit of abuse because of what we were doing.
Wasn't exactly a warm welcome.
Wasn't a warm welcome. No punches were thrown or anything, but we decided to leave the area for a bit just because we wouldn't be able to continue recording or anything. So we are keeping our wits about us. As we've said, it's not been very welcome, but you know, you've got to expect this sometimes. So we're keeping our wits about us, and we'll go for a bit of a walk through the forest now and start off like that.
Righto.
Cheers, guys. So yeah, this forest is really, really dense. Reminds me a lot of Cannock. An awful lot of Cannock, to be honest. Yeah, not too bad. I was just saying, it reminds me a lot of Cannock, this place.
Yeah.
Quite a Birches Valley.
The thing is, like Cannock, it's got a seriously sinister past, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you think it could have been anywhere around here. All those bodies were found. So I can hear a lot of noises. What could be described as screams or wailing. It's actually footing around here. But as I've said, there are so many people about, it's hard to sort of class anything as paranormal at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, because there's that much contamination going on. It's a bit hard to tell.
Certainly is. Something else this forest is quite famous for. I say famous for, doing research, it's quite renowned for, but not a lot of people know about it in truth. There's been a lot of suicides there. A lot of people hanging themselves in here. And that makes you wonder. Yeah, as I was saying, a lot of people have committed suicide in this forest. It's interesting because one of the places we really would love to go to, we're not sure how feasible it would be, is actually the suicide forest, the one in Japan. I can't pronounce the name of it. But we both said we'd like to go there, haven't we? Onto a track where I can see something in front.
Yeah, mate.
There is
red glowing light.
Yeah, it's a UV.
I don't think it is. It looks like a fire. I think it's a fire. Yeah. It's old stuff. Actually, listen. What do you mean?
Just stay here. Right, I'm going to go and have a sneak in the dark. I want to go see what's going on. You wait here. Don't move, okay? Try and hide your lights the best you can. I don't want to freak you the fuck out. But that's like burning embers in a fire. There's people fucking stood around there. No. I don't know if it's a bonfire or what, but they're whispering. It sounded fucking chanting, like. Honestly, straight up, it sounded like fucking chanting. Maybe that's why we're the only fuckers this end.
Okay.
Whatever's down there, it seems proper fucking suspect.
So you don't fancy walking down here with these?
Have you read?
Hi guys, been to the car. Got the binoculars, we're going to have a look, see what's going on. Obviously we're not going to be setting up camp and stuff with weird shit like that going on.
Yes.
There was just the lights in them trees then.
Trees. What sort of, how big? Because we had a laser earlier.
This sort of height. It's like a green light went across and then a flash, red flash.
Really?
Yeah. Didn't look paranormal, it looked like...
Man-made?
Yeah.
Like a laser beam again. Laser beam, laser pen.
So anyway, we're going to go and have a look now.
What, in the virus?
Yeah, it didn't look good.
Okay.
It's frustrating because we're here for the paranormal.
Yeah, I know. As we already know, there's lots of human presence.
There is a lot of human presence here. And whatever they're doing up there, it don't look...
Good.
No, it don't look good.
We want to rerun the facts again. We're here on Halloween night. First full moon in 19 years. And a place where it's home of satanic worship. On a weekly basis normally, on a Friday. But we're on Halloween, which is this year a Saturday, day after.
Set up camp. Well, we're ready to set up camp in the woods. And in the distance we can see a fire crackling. And there seems to be a group of people stood around it. What we can only describe as like humming or chanting. I don't know if it's a wind up, I don't know what, but we've got to be careful tonight. The atmosphere we had earlier on with the locals, we've got to be careful.
Yeah.
Can't see very well. We need to get a bit closer. We haven't quite got a direct line of sight.
Just listen to how many people are around us.
One of them's got fire on a stick.
Is that why?
Yeah.
That's why it's getting closer, isn't it?
Did you hear that?
What?
I was getting That whispering was fucking...
Wow.
Wow, that was interesting.
Hmm.
So, do you want to explain, or do you want me to explain? Or?
So we started going in the Screaming Woods. We scoped it out. We figured out where we were going to set up the camp for the night.
We kind of, there's, as you've seen, there's a lot of people here. We went right to the far reaches, out the way, to try and avoid everyone, basically.
Yeah.
There was no one around where we were, or so we thought.
What was that flash?
Just a car, I think. So obviously, as we've gone in, we've noticed a small fire. People stood around it. Sorry, I was for that. As we've gone in, we've noticed a small fire. People stood around it. One man was moving a piece of wood that was on fire. I can't say what they were saying, but it didn't sound...
You said it didn't sound particularly nice.
It didn't sound nice. It sounded like grunting, chanting, and then they seemed to disperse from the fire, and we had people on the right hand side of us in the woods whispering, and we couldn't work out what they were saying, but we knew they were close.
And they were coming. The fire, we could actually see from where we were standing, it was actually getting bigger, so it was coming towards us. And I think that's
that was
probably
the
the
bloke
guy
with a stick that had the fire on the sticks. We don't know what was going on, but there was something not right.
It was a little bit sketchy, I would say.
So anyway, we've decided now to come back to the centre of the woods. There is still a fair few cars.
So there's still about 50 cars, if I'm honest, because they're all parked along this stretch.
I would say there's less than there was, though.
Less than there was, but there's still a good number.
Yeah. Obviously, there's still be a lot of contamination. It's not somewhere we can set our locked off cameras and leave them. Obviously, our equipment costs a lot of money, and we can't just leave it around. So we're probably going to take the cameras in now, have a look around, and see what's happening.
I think tonight's going to be quite a light investigation, if I'm honest, with how much we can do.
In some respects, it's probably going to be a bit of a washout. I mean, we haven't had the most successful of days. It started off with torrential rain. Then we sort of got surrounded by a couple of cars at Fright's Corner, didn't we? And had some
we got told we're going to get into lockdown for 4 more weeks, you know?
Yeah, had some angry locals. Now we've had lockdown, which, you know, it's not our place to judge. We've got to do what's right, I suppose.
And then you got a man pointing a stick at you with fire.
Yeah, so it's not been the... I think we both feel quite guilty because we had a plan tonight, trying to bring it to you guys, and nothing's really gone to plan, and we don't know it's going to happen. So we do feel quite guilty. So we're going to go in there now.
See what we can see.
See what we can see, and see what we can bring you. Thanks.
Right guys, as we've been saying, contamination's ridiculous, so it's not even worth trying to investigate tonight. There's hundreds of people here. So, we're going to get into the spirit of things. I'm going to turn into a duck. And we're going to see if we can scare some people.
Oh god. So if we don't get stabbed before, this is definitely going to do it. Fucking brilliant.
Wait, there's so many people around, you can't investigate, so... It's just driving me quackers. I can see why this place is creepy. I mean, the stories and everything that goes with it. If we were here on our own,
yep.
Well, even now, to be honest, there is no element of creepiness to it. But knowing that so many of the people here does change the vibe a lot.
Oh yeah, of course it has. Keep it going. Yeah, mate, they're fucking looks at you. Yeah, I got it on camera. This way, this way.
There they are. Oh, fucking hell, that's off. You wank! You fucking wank! Oh, fuck me.
It makes you feel better. I've lost about £1 in sweat carrying that thing on my head.
Quacking, that was. Glad you enjoyed it.
Sorry guys, didn't know you were there.
You just like appeared.
We saw the light, but we thought it was further on.
They're walking slow, they're walking back. Where they go?
Didn't even talk.
It was too good to talk.
You tried to speak in one of these things.
Oh, was that what it was? She was wearing that? You look very odd.
Fucking, we ran away from a fucking duck. You're the one who scared me, innit? Fucking duck, quick. Oh, we made our night. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much.
It's another victory for the duck.
Did you ever think when we started this, you'd be dressed as a duck going through the screaming woods on Halloween?
I did not, in my wildest of dreams, think this was going to happen. I only apologise to everyone who watches our channel for the drivel we're bringing you tonight.
Right guys, we're back in the car. We have just left Pluckley Woods again. We've just had a couple of fun hours, haven't we?
Yeah, we've had a couple of hours in there. Straight, it's phenomenal. We didn't expect it. Like, you can probably still hear fireworks going off.
Yeah. I mean, it's early hours in the morning, but there's still loads of people here.
There's loads of people all through the forest, dressed up. There's people dressed as Pennywise, Freddy Krueger. To be honest, it's a good job we brought the duck mask just to fit in. See, I told you it was a good idea.
Yeah.
We've scared a few people, had a bit of a laugh. Unfortunately, investigation-wise, it's just gone totally out the window. It's just not physically possible. There's so many people around. So, unfortunately, we haven't managed to do that. Advice to anyone out there: Pluckley is an amazing place to come on Halloween. The forest, there's some great stuff going on, but not if you're after a serious investigation.
Right, so we're on the way home from Pluckley now. We're on the motorway, and what a night! What a night!
You can say that again.
Yeah, totally was not expecting anything which happened. Was not expecting to be joined by hundreds of people. As we all know, at the moment there's an impending lockdown this coming Thursday, which I think the 2nd of November.
Yeah.
And we're due to be locked down again for another month, which means me and Nathan are not going to be able to see each other for any paranormal activities, any paranormal investigations. So,
and Christmas is following very shortly.
Yeah, so we've kind of made the decision. We normally do 5 episodes per series. We've made the decision we're going to pull the plug on series 4 now.
Yeah,
and
we'll end it with 4 episodes.
We'll have 4 episodes. Obviously, we're sorry we didn't get to investigate Pluckley as we wanted to, and we hope you actually enjoyed what we encountered, and hopefully some of it was funny enough to make you laugh.
It was just a true sort of account of our time in Pluckley, basically.
Yeah. What we're going to do, we're going to focus on restarting in the new year if possible, if the situation improves.
There's a lot of things I think we're excited about doing for Series 5. Bit of a fresh new look, and I think we've sort of been holding fire to finish Series 4 first, and this whole year has been a bit of a loss really. So we're going to end Series 4 a bit prematurely, 4 episodes, and just start complete fresh in Series 5.
Thank you to everyone who watches us, supported us. We're sorry we're obviously not able to do more, but it is what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, everyone out there, stay safe, protect yourselves against COVID, and we will see you soon.
Take care. There's another one.
Fucking spider just ran straight across my hand. Right guys, welcome to our Halloween special 2021. Ooh.
Nice pumpkin.
Our last Halloween special was obviously Cluckley, just before lockdown again. It's Halloween 2021, and we're doing something a bit different this year, aren't we?
Yeah, so far today I've been completely denied all knowledge of the location for tonight. Doesn't matter what I've said or what I've asked, I've not been told where we're going. So you're leaving it as a bit of a surprise, so I get the shock value, I suppose, wherever wherever we end up. So
yeah, well, I thought, to be honest, like I said, usually we always do research together. We'll find a location.
Not tonight.
Not tonight. We'll research it and we will go and see what we can find out. This time I've done all the research and I've kept it to myself. I have not allowed Brian to ask any questions or anything up until this point, but I will say now, is there anything you've noticed on the way, or?
The only thing I've noticed so far is on the way we passed a sign for Stroud, which I do recognise the sign for Stroud when we went to the ancient ram before, I think anyway, the ram.
To be fair, we did come off the motorway at Stroud, so that's, yeah, well observed. It isn't far from the ram, actually. It's obviously not the ancient ram, but it's not far from the ram.
Is it an indoor location?
It is. It's outdoor and indoor, kind of, so to speak. It's not your typical indoor location. It will be, I believe, the oldest location we've ever ventured to.
Really?
Yeah.
Older than the ram?
Much older than the ram.
Okay.
At least triple the age of the ram.
Okay.
I can tell you a few of the ghost stories if you want.
Go on then. Yeah.
Well, there's two main ghost stories there. One is that of a Roman soldier.
Okay.
That stands on top of it. That's the best way to describe it. Stands on top of it and warns people off not to enter.
Okay.
There's another ghost story of...
So it's a Roman...
It's pre-Roman, but it's pre-Roman. It's actually Neolithical.
Okay.
So it's extremely old. It's pre-Roman, but Roman remains were found there as well as other remains. There was actually, I think there was 28 bodies unearthed there.
Right.
Skeletal remains.
Right.
Dating back to 3000 BC.
Is it a cave?
It's actually an ancient burial ground.
Okay.
It's an ancient burial ground that's underground, so to speak. So you're effectively entering a tomb, an ancient burial tomb.
Okay.
So how do you feel about that?
I don't know.
The second story is there's a cloaked figure inside that also tries to get people to leave. It wars people out to leave. And the other story about the place is a lot of people claim that time moves slowly in there. So people that have gone in there for an hour or so or half an hour have actually come out and 12 hours has passed, and just like a time lapse to the place. I don't know. Time shift. I don't know whether that's a case of a mental shift or whether there's actually more to it. I don't know.
Well, they fell asleep.
It's hard to say.
Okay, not come across that before.
So we will be in a burial chamber.
Okay.
We will be there tonight. How do you feel about that? Also to note that it's actually renowned for this time of year, Halloween. There's a lot of pagan rituals take place there, even to this day. So it's the right time of year as well for the location.
Okay.
So how are you feeling about that?
Makes it a little bit more nerve-wracking, doesn't it, really? Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
How do you feel? Oh, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to say it to the camera anyway. How do you feel about spiders?
I don't like them. You know that?
Yeah, I do know that.
Yeah. Why?
Well, the research I've done and videos I've seen inside the tomb, a lot of people report there to be a lot of spiders, and I've actually seen on the videos it does seem to be a bit of a haven for spiders, and to get in you do have to crawl on your hands and knees, so that might add...
Do we have to?
It might add a little bit of fear for you.
Yeah. Okay.
I've got the other fear, being such a big bloke, I might get stuck halfway in. So I might be stuck in there indefinitely. So before more further ado, how about we kickstart our Halloween special? You can still see the matches inside there. And head out there.
Yep, sounds good, I think.
To Hetty Pelgar's Thump.
Is that what it's called? Okay. Right.
There's a story behind the name, but yeah.
Okay, you'll have to tell the story a bit later then. It's not bad at carving it, is it? It's pretty good actually, to be fair.
And I've got a confession, my daughters did that.
It's very good.
What's the fucking keys?
Very good.
Where's the car keys? Genuinely,
looks like we won't be going anywhere.
Fuck's the car keys?
Oh, we ain't going to be going anywhere now.
Have you had them? Seriously?
I haven't touched them, I haven't sat here. Have you put them in the back? Because you went in the back.
Oh, hang on, I can hear them.
For fuck's sake, I thought we were going to get
You have the keys.
spiders then.
That genuinely scared me.
Yeah, I got hopeful then. I want to catch a ghost, but I don't want a spider on my bloody shoulder. So we're on location now, en route.
Yeah, we're en route to Hetty Peglar's, at least I'm not saying
Peggy Mitchell.
Peggy Mitchell, that's a start, isn't it? Fucking hell. We'll have another 20 takes of that on an outtake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, on to Hetty Peglar's.
That's take 2.
Thump.
So this used to be a burial site then?
Yeah, Neolithical burial site.
And it was excavated in the 1800s?
Yep, I think there was... I've read somewhere that there was 28 bodies excavated. I've also read there was 22 bodies excavated, so I don't know the exact number.
Okay.
But there were bodies of males, women, children, so it wasn't just like a soldier's burial or anything like that. It was a burial site. So it's the oldest place we've investigated, 3000 BC. So
very nice. 5,000 years ago.
If you're a religious person, 3,000 years before Christ. It's a long time ago. The Romans actually partly excavated it, they believe, and stole a lot of the monuments or whatever that were in there. It's interesting to think that the Romans were excavating history, something we think of as ancient history, effectively, had their own history. And there is said to be a Roman soldier that stands guard.
On the top, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, to link that in, there's also said to be skeletal remains of a Roman soldier inside when they excavated. So why they buried one Roman soldier in there, I don't know. Whether he was buried in there, or perhaps he was sort of cast out, an outcast. Maybe he took shelter in there. And
injured, maybe?
Potentially. Maybe he took shelter in there and hid in there, and that's where he died. You don't know. Maybe he was killed in there. But for whatever reason, his spirit is said to remain and stand on top of the thump and ward people off. There's also said to be a dark figure that stands inside and wards people out.
Right.
Which I can imagine that'd be quite scary because it's quite a narrow gap to get inside.
Yeah, we'll be able to see in a minute. Just from looking at this now, it does look pretty...
It's quite a narrow gap to get inside from what I've seen. So, sort of getting halfway in on your hands and knees and then looking up and seeing something inside warding you out know about you, but that would scare me quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because you're in a very vulnerable position.
I think the thought of not being able to get out quick enough, especially if you've got to crawl.
Well, that is Neolithical. There's obviously some religious meaning behind it. It was designed so during the summer solstice, the sun would actually beam in through the opening.
Okay.
And light up the back of the tomb.
Oh, very clever.
So, very clever for the time.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, that looks pretty tight, I'm not going to lie. I think we might struggle getting in there.
Yeah, I think you should definitely go first. There's more chance of me getting stuck than you.
Alright, okay. So I'll carry the...
Yeah, there you go. Nearly gone over. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for us both because I know, as we've said, you're not too happy with spiders.
No.
And I should imagine there's loads in there. I'm not great with confined spaces. And looking at the size of me and the size of that hole, that's going to be very confined.
You'll be alright.
So,
teamwork.
If I have to take me pants and socks off to get in and out, I apologise. We'll just blur it out on the video, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we are.
So the Roman soldier is meant to stand on top of here, you said, and...
I believe he's said to stand on top of here, yeah. I mean, speaking logically, if you look up above the trees now...
Yeah, the sun is going
all
down.
I can see is the sun in my eyes.
Yeah.
So if I was approaching this, knowing the story of the skeletal remains of a Roman soldier, I do wonder if psychosomatically I could put two and two together and that could create the image of a Roman soldier in my head.
Possibly.
Blurred vision.
Like create an image in your head and what can be perceived as a Roman soldier.
Basically, yeah. So I do wonder. I'm not saying that is the case, obviously.
It's something to think about, though.
It's something to think about. Just something I've noticed while I stood here. Now, what the apparition inside, that's a different kettle of fish. I suppose putting it off, I suppose we best go inside and have a look.
Yeah, but for that.
You want to head in first?
It's probably easier if I head in first, isn't it, with this?
Probably is, I'll take that. People look out for spiders.
Yeah, I'm going to put the rig on now. And this is going to be interesting.
A quick daytime look. Be interesting to see how dark it is during the daytime.
Yeah.
Because
just give us plenty of room, will you? So if I do need to get out,
yeah,
I can get out quick. Just smell a bit as well. Oh god.
hang on, there's a spider down there.
You're a prick. Mate, there is a spider right ahead.
Go on.
No, I can see it.
Face your fears.
Piss off. Look at it. Can you see it?
Waiting for you to enter.
Can you see it?
Hetty Peglar's
Can you see it?
burial grounds. Well, maybe it's dead.
It's not dead. It's...
There is a strange smell coming from it.
Yeah. What, the spider? The
I think
cave?
it could be you, actually. Seeing the spider.
I ain't built for stuff like this.
Me neither.
Oh, mate, I can't get in. Okay.
I mean, I don't really see the.
There's another one.
I don't really see the need for us both to go in.
Right, there's 3 in here.
Oh, you're joking.
Nah.
Okay. Well.
Right, there's 4, mate. I'll piss to you. Mate.
What can I do? You are running out of the burial tomb.
Yeah.
Because there's a few spiders.
Loads. There's loads. Oh.
So.
There is a lot in there.
I don't know what to say, YouTube. I really don't know what to say. Yeah. So we've started. There was a few spiders, so Brian's left.
Do you want to go in next?
Well, you didn't really go in, did you?
No, because
you're sweating. You're actually, seriously. Look at Brian's face. He's actually sweating. He's perspiring. I suppose I'll best go in and give the tour then.
Good luck.
Oh, here we go.
It's even more difficult to walk in with that.
Okay. It is a tight squeeze. Oh, my arse on the stones, man. Ah! My ass. Oh, man, it's gone right up. Ah. Oh, right. I can't see any spiders.
Yeah, keep going.
But at the moment, I'm in crippling pain, so I stone Jackson.
Look straight up, right, on your right hand side, straight ahead of you.
Oh, yeah.
Right up there.
I can't believe I'm stood here looking for spiders.
Can you see it?
No.
And there'll be one right above you if you go right in.
Well, you're really cheering me up here, bro.
Well, hang on, have you got a phobia of spiders as well? You mentioned.
I wouldn't call it a phobia, but I'm not a fan. Get your hands from down my neck, you... Oh, mate.
Bad, isn't it?
This is like something from I'm a Celebrity.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know if I can get through this sodding hole.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Let's hope we don't have an emergency tonight.
Now have a look around.
Right, I'm in.
Have a look for spiders.
What do you mean have a look for spiders? Oh, man. Okay, it turns out this is a bit more of a squeeze than I anticipated. Whoa! Right, there's a candle in here.
Is it?
It's lit as well. Hang on. Let me turn the light off. There's a lit candle in here, guys. Now this is genuinely the first time we've been in here. So, there's another one there, but it's obviously gone out.
How many can you see?
I can see 2 at the moment. Candles, not spiders. I haven't looked for spiders and I'm trying not to. Okay. So, this is a lit candle. I do wonder, you know, one of the rumours... Oh my god, there's a spider.
Huh?
God, that's a big one. Man, that is a big one. There's Brian over there by the entrance. You can look at Brian, you can actually see how tight the entrance is. So yeah, there's a lit candle in it. I do wonder, one of the stories is that there's ancient rituals taking place in here. So I do wonder if, particularly being the time of year, if that's been taking place. God, it's tight in here. You can see how close to the roof I am. On the plus point with a camera like this, at least if there are spiders around, I can see it crawling up behind me. I've actually lost my torch, Bri, on the way in. Yeah. Have you got it? Yes. Oh, great. So yeah, there's been some tea lights in here. So there's obviously been something going on in here. It's a bit strange. Look down there. We'll see our man Brian braving it, coming through the hole. I heard that like spiders don't like conkers. Maybe we should have brought some conkers with us.
Yeah, maybe. It's too late for that now, isn't it?
Whoa, that is a beast. That is a beast.
Yeah, I know.
They're funny colour as well, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, I've got that.
Oh. So yeah, it is tighter than I thought in here actually. Oh, what are your thoughts of the place, mate? You actually going to venture in?
I don't like spiders. Oh, I've made it in.
Right. Oh, the back of the roof. Okay, so.
Mate, that don't look normal. Look at the fangs on that. No way.
I don't know, they're exactly the same.
No, they don't look normal. Do you not think?
There's such thing as a normal spider?
Nope,
I
nope,
want
nope.
somewhere to park me out.
No.
What? Whoa!
What? What?
There's one right there, right by my head, and it's huge.
Is it?
There's webs here.
Hang on a sec. Let me get the camera then.
Mate. Seriously. There's a lot of the buggers. Fuck me, there's one there and all.
Yeah, I know.
1, 2, 3. Look at them 3 there.
Yeah, I know, I can see them.
Should we get out?
There's one right there as well.
Mate.
They don't look right,
There's
mate.
one here. Should we get out for 5 minutes?
Yeah. Hey, look, you're sweating.
You know, my face, there you go. Right, let's get out of here. Right, I'll go first.
Hang on.
Out of the way. Hurry up then. Right. Right. What, there's one there, there's one there. They're all up. Oh, fire out here. Right above here. Oh, I'll come out like a dog. I don't care. Ah, my knees. Ah.
So, did you see him? So we're currently on a bit of a research for cave spiders.
I don't know if anyone noticed, but Brian got scared in there, but I was fine.
Yeah. I'm just glad you backed me up in the end.
Mate, I've just scurried out like a dog. My knees are killing me. Just learning about cave spiders.
I've got to be honest, I noticed a lot more in there after you pointed them out.
I noticed
Which
about
means
4 or 5 initially, then when I went to the back end where I was going to sit down,
the very
there
far.
been about 7 above my head at the very end.
The very far side.
And each one, I'm not kidding you, is probably that sort of big.
Body and legs, or just
Body and legs is probably that sort of big, but
yeah.
The bodies are very fat and the legs are, they're just not very nice spiders.
The fangs are pretty huge on them as well.
Yeah, you can give a bit of a nasty bite, but they're not life-threatening, which you wouldn't expect anyway over here. But
is this when you versus one, or when you versus all of them?
You just know sooner or later the amount in there, the odds are one is going to drop down, innit? Or
yeah, I'm tucking myself in tonight, socks included. My jeans are going into my socks.
I'm not joking when I say this is like an I'm a Celebrity challenge.
Yeah.
You're literally locking, you're going into a cave or a burial mound where you can literally, you can't even stand up, you can only crouch. The roof's about this high on me. So I'm sort of crouching, walking on your knees, stony floor, and there is literally just tens and tens of these spiders all around you. It's like a bloody I'm a Celebrity challenge. I'm trying to focus on doing an investigation in there later on.
Whose idea is this again?
Well, initially, when I heard that the place was full of spiders as well, I thought it was hilarious, because I know you don't like spiders.
Thanks.
But I've got to be honest, I didn't like that. And spiders don't really bother me that much, but they do. They weren't very nice looking.
Nah.
I mean, we could get some conkers. So what are you thinking?
I don't like spiders.
You said that.
No, have I made it clear?
That's a recurring theme tonight.
I know. There's probably going to be plenty of screams later tonight, and I don't think it's going to be because of ghosts.
No, I'm not going to lie. That's made my bladder move. I need to wee after that. I'm not going to lie. And I'm scared to unbutton it in case a spider falls out anywhere in my trousers. Or one of us is bound to have one on us somewhere.
Yeah, can you not?
Mate, honestly.
Do you know what the last thing to be that would top it off tonight?
What's that?
Bloody badger running through like that. Bloody badger running through that hole at us.
I would rather there be a badger in that with us than them spiders.
Yeah, but badgers are very dangerous creatures.
Right, just for the record, if that's a badger, we need to be really careful.
I think it was a fox, I couldn't tell. Badger would come out, didn't it?
Badgers are very dangerous.
Blood come out.
Badgers can bite through steel. How pathetic are we right now? On the manly scale, we ain't even on it.
Yeah.
So alright guys, we're going to head back, get some equipment. I'm still up for this. Are you still up for it? Even though you're sweating profusely. It's really warm in there as well.
Yeah, that's a great excuse.
It's really humid, honestly is. So yeah, anyway guys, we're going to get some equipment. Maybe have a bite to eat and then we'll come back.
Wait for the sun to go down.
Wait for the sun to go down and we'll start the investigation. Catch you later. Here we are, inside the spider-infested cave. I keep calling it a cave, it's not a cave, spider-infested
Burial tomb.
Say 20 odd bodies were exhumed here. one of a Roman soldier, which is said to still haunt the place. Ryan's over here.
Yep.
First thing we're going to be doing tonight is we're going to be doing a Ouija board. We are so compact for space in here, guys. I'm just going to give you a quick look around. We are so compact for space. When I first suggested this place, I didn't realise how tight it was. So if you can see down the back of there now, I didn't realise how tight it actually was. As you can see by Brian, he can't stand up or anything. That's sitting down. That's the roof. But I think that kind of adds to the atmosphere, doesn't it, mate?
Definitely does.
So,
you see the Halloween pumpkin behind us as well?
Oh, the Halloween
pumpkin.
If
you can get that.
Creepy.
There you go.
Right.
Right, so we're going to start the Ouija board session now in the spider-infested burial tomb. See if we can get some answers to whoever was exhumed in here, who haunts the place, whether we can make contact with the Roman soldier that's said to still reside here, and see who comes through. So we're going to begin that session now. Okay, you ready, mate?
Yeah, ready when you are.
Yep.
Right.
Do you want to lead this one, or do you want me to?
I'll lead this one if you want, unless you want it, it's up to you.
Yep, no, I'm happy if you want to.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Right.
Right. The first thing I want you to do tonight, is anybody here? There's a board on the floor. I want you to spell out a message on that board if you can. If any of the symbols on the board make any sense to you, come and move the object we have our fingers on over the numbers and letters. Anything you understand, I just want you to move it to begin with. Is there a spirit present here with us now? Perhaps somebody who was buried here, or somebody who loved this place. If there is, please move the planchette on the board for me. Show us that you're here. We've come here specifically at this time of year. That's moving.
A little bit, I think.
We've come here this time of year where the energy is supposed to be strong. Thank you. Keep moving it for us. Whatever you can do for us. If you know what your name is, move the planchette to a letter. If you don't, make a pattern. Just show us your energy. That's you, Henry. Come forth and communicate with us.
Sounds creepy, that does, as it's moving across, doesn't it?
Spell something out for us.
I think so.
Are those your initials? Were you just practicing, showing us your energy?
Is.
Maybe I was saying it is my initials.
Maybe.
Okay, so your initials are WV. Were you buried here? It's quite hard to breathe in here.
It's like a tight air, isn't it?
It's like the candles burn on the ocean, don't it?
That's an N.
Could be anything. No. Did I ask if it was buried or if it died?
If it was buried here.
Did you die here?
It's not even stopped on a letter.
Did you live here? Was this a place where you lived and sheltered? I keep thinking I can see something behind you, but it's just the shape of the rock. P.
Can you continue? What's the matter?
There's something that like a click.
I thought I did.
Thank you for the messages. Keep talking to us. Did you live here?
I can't see. That is an R.
PR. What are you trying to spell? PRG. I don't think this is making any sense.
It's not really going anywhere, is it?
But if it was Neolithical, could they write or spell? Or Roman, potentially, potentially not. Can you make a shape on the board for me?
I can hear a lot of noises.
Is there anything you want to tell us? Communicate it now.
D. I think so. Looked like it was going to continue, didn't it?
It's not making any sense.
Not so far.
Please just tell us one message, one word. To show us that you can make sense.
DEA. Well, I thought that was going to go to dead or death, but it has stopped. Well, it kind of stopped again in the middle of letters.
Wonder if it's able to spell or anything.
Maybe
that's what it was trying to spell and it didn't have the energy, I don't know, but not a lot's made sense to me yet. Let's get the K2. Right, now ask a few questions. But if there's any energy, hopefully the K2 or EMF, K2 will pick it up. You see that, okay?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to ask a few questions myself. I'd like to know first,
Are we welcome in here? Do you mind us being in this room, this area? Or are we not welcome? If we're not welcome, can you please move towards the green light which is on the board on the floor? Can you try and alter that green light just by touching it? If you touch that green light for us, then it should go up and change colour. We want to see a different colour. Can you do that for us? Pretty much.
We brought Henry with us tonight. It's been a while since he's had a bit of an outing. To be honest, he can't see with his hat like that. There we go. It's been a while since he's had a bit of an outing. We're usually very sceptical of apps, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
I've seen it used a few times. I was actually out with a few groups of people in Dale's Graveyard, as a lot of people know. And there's some being used then. But we're going to try Necrophonic, aren't we?
So the Necrophonic app is an app I've heard a lot about. It's not something, as Nathan's saying, we normally look into that much. However, this app seems to get a bit of a reputation, so despite our own thoughts on apps, we're going to give it a try tonight in here. First time using it, and just see if we get anything.
Really, if we get anything relevant, you never know, it might tie up with certain things. So.
Yeah, exactly. So let's try it, give it a go.
Do you want to place it on the board?
Yeah. Is there anyone in this room? Is there anyone here with us? Could you please tell us your name?
I have to say, I don't speak Roman, but it does sound kind of Latin.
We're looking for a Roman soldier. Were you a Roman soldier?
So move the K2 by Henry, so there's no interference, or less interference.
Whoa!
Right?
Yeah, I'm just freaking out.
Spiders.
If you were the Roman soldier that's been seen here, can you please say the word Roman?
Roman. Roman.
That did sound like Roman.
That did sound like Roman.
I'm going to ask you again.
Let's go lower the light on this.
I'm going to ask you again, if you were the Roman soldier, please say the word Roman. Roman. How about the black figure that's seen in here? Are you in here?
Trapped.
I heard the word trapped.
Are you trapped in here? Gaelic. Henry, if you're in here with us, the spirit, Please come forth and let yourself known. How you feeling, mate?
I'm alright. Yeah, you?
Yeah, not too bad.
I've forgotten about the spiders because we're doing what we normally do. But I'm looking for a scare. I'm looking for a Roman soldier or a black figure to get rid of us.
Black. It almost seems like it's copying what we're saying. Now, I don't know if that's like how the app works,
Maybe.
or if... Oh, that wasn't very nice.
That wasn't very nice at all.
That sounded like a little girl.
There was a little girl.
Uncovered here.
Yeah. Alright, please give us your names. If you're haunting this location, please tell me your name.
Eddie. We spoke to a man on our way down here today, and he warned us that lots of rituals take place here. If there's any energy left over from these rituals, come forth and show us. Show us what power you have. What are you making to this app then, bro?
I'm not so sure about this app at the minute, to be honest with you.
It's quite hard in real time.
Yeah,
I'm hoping when we watch this back we'll be able to pick some words out and
possibly
try and find some relevance.
Can you shine the rig over here for a minute?
The light.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Okay.
What's up? Help him. I heard help him then, bro.
Help who?
Help who? Who are you trying to help? The boy. What boy are you trying to help? What happened to the boy? Black Death?
So you heard?
Black Death. Were there plague victims in here? Death. Were plague victims buried here?
What was the reason of your death?
Yes. Plague victims.
I heard that.
This would be the perfect place for a plague pit as well.
What, thrown in here and then buried out of way?
Yeah. Well, it's already a burial chamber.
Yeah.
So to throw more bodies in here. It's out the way.
Can you confirm that if that is true? Was this used as a burial chamber for the plague?
Well, I'm really eager to try out what you said with the EVP device. Right guys, what we're going to do now, it's an experiment Brian come up with, a good idea actually. We want to leave a walkie-talkie in here, leave an EVP device on the Ouija board, leave the area and ask questions through the walkie-talkie, and then review the evidence we get on the digital voice recorder and see if the voices but our presence not being here makes spirits more more open to coming forward. And then I think if we do a spirit box in the doorway, I don't know about you, but I am crippled up in here because of the
such a
small location,
and the stones aren't exactly helping on you.
No.
It's actually weird because I've got used to the spiders now. It's like,
yeah, I'm quite comfortable in here. It's just the height.
I mean, I said that as I feel like I'm feeling things on me, but it's probably because I haven't had one dropped on me yet. So I feel alright.
Right, should we set up and head out?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So right guys, we're going to try this experiment Brian come up with. I think you actually saw it on
Paranormal Captured.
Paranormal Captured, yeah. It's quite a cool idea. I like the sound of it. So we're going to give it a go, ask a few questions, see if we get anything coming from inside the burial chamber. So the first question I'm going to ask is,
Roman soldier, please make your presence known.
if you can hear my voice,
Come and talk back to me.
is that definitely going off in there?
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
Mhm.
I can't. Fair enough. I want to know much. Start again. I want to know as much about you as possible. I want to know your name, your age,
And why you were buried here.
If you can't tell us that, tell us why
You warned people off this place. Why do you not want people here?
Thought I heard something over there then.
I can hear things from inside.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's a response.
There's said to be a black figure that appears here. Why do you appear? And why
Do you not want people here?
Do you hear it then?
this for us? Or you want us to leave? You need to tell us now.
It's quite a different little experiment. I like this.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to make any difference, but it's not being there.
Well, the thing is, we can't be, we're not going to be blamed or for causing any background noise as such. Whatever, you know, the natural surroundings will be the background noise.
Beautiful night sky, isn't it? Completely crystal clear.
It is.
Beautiful.
Starry night, you can actually see a few of them, not many.
Yeah, it's
But
quite eerie though.
Hear my voice, come to it. Come and move the object where my voice is coming through.
Fucking hell, imagine if we got a response back through the fucking...
yeah, see, what would you do if that was the case?
I don't know, that'd be really fucking difficult to deal with, that would. Good though, really be fucking good evidence, but it'd be difficult to...
We'd have to run in there and see what did it.
Well, it's not the easiest place to run into, let's be honest.
Well, you know.
Killed here. Or was your body brought here?
I keep thinking I see like shadows and stuff behind you coming on the camera.
It's a really strange night, like the light, the stars and everything, it's casting just a really weird... It's strange, it's such a clear night, yet it's so dark.
Yeah.
But I can't explain it.
Should we go for a bit of a walk around the hill?
Yeah, sure. This is your last chance to come and communicate with us. Come forth.
And touch the device or speak into the device I'm talking from. The black object in the middle of the room. Come and speak into it.
It's really difficult to... It's a good experiment, but it's difficult because not hearing any response or anything.
You got nothing to work with.
You got nothing to work with. It's quite strange. You feel like you... Okay, I saw something then as well.
Where?
Wow. Literally just there. It was like a flash of light again. Like torchlight to be honest, but it's not around. It's literally just bang, come and gone.
Not that quick.
Yeah. Strange night. There is a strange atmosphere here, to be honest. A very strange atmosphere. The time of the year doesn't help either.
No, it's
Everything's always creepier at Halloween. I don't care who you are.
We're going to try a spirit box session now. We need your voice to communicate through the spirit box. I want you to talk to Brian. If you won't communicate with me, I want you to talk to Brian. This will be your last chance. Tell us your story.
Tell us who you were and why you're here. If we do the spirit box over there, just on top of that mound,
yeah.
there's actually another burial chamber there that hasn't been unearthed.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I believe the bones and skeletal remains are still there.
Okay.
But it's just been blocked up.
Yeah.
Out of respect, I presume. So perhaps sitting on top of there or standing on top of there, using the spirit box, maybe that's a good idea.
Okay. Yeah, we'll try that.
It's going to be really interesting reviewing this footage back, see if we get anything through the EVP device or the cameras while we're out here.
Definitely.
Right, so let's try that. Let's try the spirit box.
Right, guys, so we're going to finish the investigation. We've actually come to the top of the mound now. This is the area where a Roman soldier has been seen to basically ward off anyone who comes in. We've got the equipment out of the burial chamber now, as we're going to be leaving shortly. So just before we do, we thought we'd try this out. Right, we're searching for the spirit of a Roman soldier. If your spirit still remains here, can you please say the word Roman again? We heard you say the word Roman in the burial chamber earlier.
I thought I heard Roman again.
Yeah, kind of not so clear, but yeah. From all the stories that come from here, I get the impression that we're not welcome. It's cold. It's cold. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
It is cold, yeah. Is it cold because of where you were buried?
God, mute that, sir.
What?
I heard moaning coming from down there.
What do you mean moaning?
It's going to sound silly, it could actually be like cattle. It sounded like... Yeah?
That?
Yeah, what was that? It sounded like...
That?
Yeah, what was that? It sounded like...
That?
Yeah, what was that? What's that? It sounded like... It did sound like cattle.
I didn't notice any cattle when we came earlier in the day. But it could be. Oh, shit.
Sounded like...
Do you think it's related?
I don't know. It could have been like I don't know. It could have been like a groan or a chant or I don't know. Just sounded a bit peculiar. That's all. For me to hear it over the top of the spirit box, it must have been relatively loud.
Quite loud. I thought I heard something in the background, so you confirmed it. But it wasn't loud enough for me to notice it. Okay, so as I was saying, I get the impression that this is sacred ground. Perhaps we're not welcome here. There's a spirit of a Roman soldier that wards people away from here. Will you please show yourself to us? If you don't want us here, let us know. Talk to us through this device. Better yet, make us leave. If you're really here, come and show yourself to us now. Come show yourself to us. Why don't you ward us off right now? Show us your presence. We're waiting for you. Are you scared of us? Are we meant to be scared of you? Right, so we're waiting for a spirit of a Roman soldier and a big black shadow, and so far there's been nothing. So either you're scared of us, or you don't exist. This is your last chance now before we leave to do something to scare us.
Keep moving.
Whoa, what the...
What? What?
No?
What?
Footsteps.
Oh, there's footsteps behind me. That's what I was looking for when you shouted, whoa.
Yeah, down there.
Down where?
Down there.
Yeah, that's where I heard it. That's where I was panning to.
Yeah. But I thought it was you. Okay, well, interesting.
That's exactly what I was panning to. I turned around and you went, whoa, down my ear. Scared the shite out of me.
Right, you're not talking to a spirit box, so I'm turning it off. But was that you that made that noise? Come push me down the hill. Be brave enough. Come do something to me. Make me never want to return. Come a long way to see you. And you haven't showed your face to us. Why haven't you shooed us away like you shooed everyone else? Alright, so we've been doing the spirit box now for a while. We haven't seemed to have caught anything, we don't think, apart from maybe a weird noise at the bottom of the mound. That could have been anything.
Did sound like footsteps.
Did sound like footsteps. It caught us both, I think. But apart from that, I don't know how conclusive this investigation has actually been.
There's a strange atmosphere, definitely.
Yeah?
Definitely a strange vibe. To be honest, I would actually say more so outside here than inside the burial chamber.
I would agree with that.
Actually, although I was scared initially, I actually felt quite comfortable in there in the end, almost at home, dare I say.
Yeah. I wouldn't go that far, but yeah.
Yeah, it felt quite comfortable.
Yeah, it was more comforting being sat in there, probably because you felt safer, because you were surrounded.
Out here, yeah, perhaps feel a bit vulnerable because you're in the middle of nowhere and it's pitch black dark all around. And
Yeah.
whereas before there's only one entry and one exit, isn't there? So.
Yeah, exactly.
Right guys, we're going to wrap the investigation up now. We've done a bit of spirit box. We've been here for probably 4 or 5 hours now. We haven't found it too bad. Inside was quite creepy initially, but we got quite at home with it in the end, dare I say. Out here seems a little bit more edgy, but I think it's because it's pitch black. We don't know what's around. We can't see. Obviously makes you feel a bit more vulnerable. But we're going to have to go through the evidence, I'll go through the footage, hopefully we've caught some evidence, see what we can bring you guys. I thoroughly hope you've all had a fantastic Halloween. We hope you guys all enjoyed our night out in Cannock Chase last night. The video for that will be coming very, very soon, hopefully before the end of the week, before the end of next week. So until next time, keep seeking the truth. Happy Halloween 2021.
Call upon any energies, any astral beings, anything from the good or the negative to come forward. Use the sound of the vibration of the bells.
was that?
Thought I saw somebody stood there.
Whoever's in the shadows over there, come forward.
Raymond Leslie Morris murder you. The fuck was that then?
Hi guys, here we are. We're at Cannock Chase. It's Saturday the 30th, day before Halloween. Obviously tonight we've got our meet, the Birches Valley area of Cannock Chase, and we're going to be looking for the black-eyed child. But we got here a little bit early, and we thought we'd check out some other locations. You've been doing research into this one, haven't you? So do you want to tell us about some of the locations we're going to look at?
Yeah, so some of the locations that we're going to look at in a minute are completely different to the last time we came here. Last time we came here was 2018, so we haven't been to Cannock Chase for a long time. And last time we focused on Birches Valley and just the Castle Ring area, which is quite famed for UFOs.
We split up last time, didn't we? That was quite scary, to be honest.
We did, yeah, and it was pretty terrifying. We're going to look at several other locations that we didn't cover last time. To be honest, the whole area of Cannock Chase is that vast. There are that many stories that you could tell about the site. So we're going to cover a few of them in what time we do have before tonight comes and we start investigating Birches Valley.
Yep, so where do you want to head to first?
Well, there's where to go first? I say there's a couple of UFO stories that I know. So we'll travel to one of the stories. Let's go to the Pie Green area of Cannock Chase.
Yep.
There's a really interesting story that happened there. So let's go there.
Something we've discussed, I mean, you're obviously going to know this. Over the years, we've always said to each other, where would you not want to be on your own on an investigation sort of thing? And for some reason, we've both said Cannock Chase in the past, haven't we?
Yeah.
Which, when we were here last time, I wouldn't say we got a massive amount of evidence or anything crazy happened, but there's something about this place, isn't there? This forest in the dark is just, it's so eerie, and there's so many stories.
I think that's the that's the key to this. There are that many stories. It's not just a supernatural element of just ghosts. You've got the stories of aliens and UFOs and unidentified flying objects. You've got stories of cryptid creatures like werewolves and Bigfoot creatures and big cats. So you've got all sorts of unknowns.
Black-eyed child. I mean,
the black-eyed child.
What a sinister thing that is. For anyone who's done any research into, I believe they call them Becks or black-eyed kids, it's really is terrifying stuff. It really is. as dark as the paranormal gets. So we'll head to, you said Pie Green?
Pie Green, I think, for the first story. Yeah, first UFO story.
Okay. And we'll go and have a look. See you there.
Right guys, so we're now here at the Pie Green area of Cannock Chase, and I'm going to retell a story of a UFO abduction. For this story, this is one that I've learned from a book that I purchased a long time ago called UFOs, Werewolves and the Pigman. So this is an abduction story that happened in 2009, and it involves a young man called Mark. Mark disappeared for well over 6 hours one misty morning in 2009. After leaving a birthday party in the Pie Green area of Cannock Chase, Mark and two of his friends, Paul and Ian, decided to make their walk home shorter by cutting through a small section of thick, dark, seemingly harmless woodland.
So just pause you there, that is exactly where we are now. So they've cut through from that side to that side. That is the woodland right now, and that is the Pie Green Tower you can actually see in the background up there. And that is a random creepy ass chair that's just here in the middle of the woodland with us.
Yeah.
So
that's nice. At the time, unbeknown to them, their chosen route on that fateful morning seems to have attracted or disturbed some unexplainable otherworldly force that still torments one of them to this very day. As they strolled carelessly through the trees, laughing, joking, and generally acting like drunken young adults, they report a sudden panic manifesting within all three of them, when one single flash of light overhead and a thunderous almighty bang, the group fell to the ground. They described feeling totally paralysed, like they were being physically pinned to the damp and dirty soil. This dysfunction lasted for less than 1 minute, and soon after the terrified teenagers were able to clamber to their feet. Only then did they realise that Mark was missing. No trace of him could be found. They searched the woods, calling out his name, but all to no avail. So both of his friends, Paul and Ian, were very puzzled and extremely worried, as you can imagine. In fact, within about half an hour, the men had actually woken up the other friends and dragged them out of bed to assemble a search party. Speaking from the individuals involved, it had become apparent that not all of them believed Paul and Ian's story at the time. But when the search reached its 4th hour, the makeshift rescue team decided to leave, suggesting that Mark had probably made his way home. Fast forward to 7 AM, when Paul and Ian get a phone call from their friend Elaine, who had been part of the search team, claiming to have found Mark and describing to have found him in an unusual state of shock. The two friends hastily made their way to Elaine's house to find Mark stood in the front garden, shaking violently and gazing at the early morning sky. Elaine said that Mark had been stood in the same place since she got home from the search. Her house was well over 3 miles away from the location of his disappearance, and well over 6 hours had passed since Mark had gone missing. So how can that be explained?
So that's interesting. So basically he lost 6 hours of his life, effectively.
Yeah.
Just vanished into nothingness.
Just vanished into nothingness, but it goes a bit deeper than that. Basically, Mark, even to this day, I believe, according to the book, still experiences flashbacks, and I believe it's on like a weekly basis. Like Mark talks about seeing this shadowy figure. As said in the book here, he was strapped to a hard black table, and what he describes as an evil presence stood over watching him and whispering continuously in a language he couldn't decipher. So there was some sort of...
That is strange.
Yeah, so a strange being talking over him in a strange language he couldn't decipher. He was strapped on a table. He was dressed head to toe in black and had bright yellow eyes with shining sharp teeth. But the light in the room is that dim, his face is difficult to make out.
And that all took place as he was cutting through this passageway through the Pie Green area of Cannock Chase. The one thing about your story that stands out, well, I say your story, Lee Brickley's story that stands out to me, I believe you said it's 2009.
Yes.
Now, a lot of the hauntings we go to and sightings and, well, everything we cover, a lot of it's dated. So it could have happened in the 60s or the 1800s, or,
yes.
And there's a lot of it's very dated, but 2009, although it may seem it, really in the grand scheme of things isn't that long ago.
Exactly.
Just over 10 years ago, so it's still very modern history, so to speak. In fact, I think we would have been out investigating various locations. We would have been out investigating at that very point. So that intrigues me, the fact it's so so modern.
Well, a bit later on, we're going to go to a different location for another UFO story. Now, the other UFO story is a little bit older, but it's still fairly recent. It was from 2002. So
I believe with Cannock Chase, a lot of these stories, they sort of haven't stopped. So it's not that they're all modern stories. It's just been going on for that long, and reoccurring sightings and UFO abduction stories, etc.
Exactly.
It just didn't seem to stop. So that's interesting.
Especially with the UFO phenomena that happens here, it does seem to be quite a constant thing. And obviously, when we say UFO, we don't actually know if this is alien or whether this is something, maybe some sort of secret technology. We don't know what the UFO actually is. But with a story like this, for example, I can't explain that.
No, I can't explain that. It's either a very, very elaborate story or terrifying, one or the other.
Yeah.
So it looks like we could be keeping an eye out above us as well as all around us tonight.
Well, you know I will be.
So where are we going to head to next then?
So I think we're going to go to a place now called Gaskin Woods.
Gaskin Woods. Now, I think you've told me this story, and it's the story that intrigued me the most, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I thought it would. And it's a bit of a ghost story, effectively, so it's a bit more to what we're used to. So we're going to head there next.
So right, we're going to get back in the car and we're going to head over to Gaskin Wood.
Yep.
And we'll see you there.
Okay.
Hi guys, so here we are. We've just arrived at Gaskin's Wood. We're going to head in and we will tell you the story of this place. This is my favourite story of the ones you've researched. It's creepy and not very nice. So, right, we'll see you in there. Hi guys, so here we are. We're in Gaskin's Wood. This is a story that Brian told me about on the way here, on the journey down, and it captivated me a little bit, so I'm quite glad to be here. I'll read it to you and let us know what you think. In 1913, Henry Thomas Gaskin married his long-term sweetheart, Elizabeth Talbot, who at the time resided in the town of Hednesford. Great chip shop, by the way. Went years ago and we're going to go tonight over.
It's very nice,
Great
isn't
chip shop. Which borders Cannock Chase. They had a child quite quickly, and all was well until 1914, when Henry was sent to prison for minor theft. This revelation, as it would with any young couple, put a heavy strain on their relationship, until Henry's eventual release from prison on the Isle of Wight in 1916, when he, rather oddly, admittedly, signed up for the British Army and left to fight in the trenches. Now, what I will say about that is they did used to take a lot of convicts, and I'm not going to say bully them into signing up, but they often had clauses in prisons to actually release early if you sign up to serve for Her Majesty's Royal Forces. So maybe it wasn't all that willing.
Wow. Sorry.
Oh,
Thought I could hear a plane.
it makes you wonder how many of the UFO sightings were actually British Airways.
That's making me feel sick looking at that.
Alright, anyway, by the time he returned home, Elizabeth was pregnant with another man's child. To put it politely, Gaskin lost the plot. I won't turn your stomachs with the gritty details of the gruesome murder that transpired. If you want to know more, the information is out there. I'll have to research that.
Yeah.
Have you researched that or not?
I haven't researched that yet.
I'll research more into that. Not that I'm a sicko, but it is interesting. But suffice to say, Elizabeth met her end in the scene not unlike that of which you might expect from the elusive Jack the Ripper himself. Okay, that's given me some insight into what he probably did, which I won't repeat. As a result of his crime, Henry Gaskin was hung at Winston Green Prison in Birmingham on August the 8th, 1919. Many people believe that the ghost of Elizabeth still wanders the woods in which she was so brutally murdered. So prevalent is this belief that since her death was discovered, the area has been strictly referred to as Gaskin's Wood. That's quite twisted.
A little bit, yeah.
That's quite twisted. Obviously, unfortunately, one thing Cannock Chase is famous for is murders.
Yeah.
As we'll talk about later tonight in the Burgess Valley area. But that's the story of Gaskin Wood. Makes you wonder. It doesn't refer to sightings. It doesn't refer to any sightings of Elizabeth.
So she might still roam.
She says she might still roam. So I would say it's more of a historical story than a ghost sighting. But who knows? With so many sightings of the black-eyed child being around, and you don't know, do you?
No.
It's interesting. Perhaps the gist that I got from that story is, with a reference to Jack the Ripper, is potentially killing woman with child. Perhaps the black-eyed child is something to do with that. You don't know. Maybe it's not Christine Darby or any of the other girls murdered by Rosamund Leslie Morris. Maybe it is something else. We don't know. Unfortunately, there is so many twisted tales like that across the chase. It's really hard to pinpoint. So right, we're going to head off to our next location now, which I believe is called, is it Chapel Lane?
Yeah, we're going to go to Chapel Lane, yeah.
I'm guessing you'll tell the story there. It's another UFO story, I believe.
Yeah, this one's quite a good one. It's pretty creepy.
Okay.
So
it's interesting, there is so many UFO stories around here.
Yeah.
But it is such an active skyway with military, commercial, so many planes going over. It does make you wonder.
It does.
Right, so we'll see you there. Right guys, so here we are, Shore Lane. We've just pulled over. There's nowhere really to get out of the car here, is there?
No.
So we've just pulled over and Brian's going to tell you the story of the UFO phenomena in Shore Lane.
Okay, so this story, as I said earlier, dates back from 2002. And this is very much a story of lost time or missing time, which is quite a common reoccurring theme with UFOs.
Well, that was the story at Pie Green as well.
Yeah.
So obviously unaccounted for time, and once again it's a modern abduction story. So it's not past; it's quite modern.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that's what happens when I go to the pub sometimes. Maybe, maybe I'm actually being abducted by aliens, and that's where the time goes.
And not lost in the pub.
Not lost in the pub.
Yeah, it's a good theory.
Yeah, I'm going to roll with that one.
Next time you go to the pub, you try that and see how that works for you.
Yeah. And if in the next video I'm doing it with a black eye, it didn't work.
So this story, this is quite a long story in the book, so I'm going to try my best to summarise this for you. But this story basically follows a guy called Andrew, who, it's important to note at the very beginning of this story that Andrew never actually believed in UFOs or aliens until the point of this happening to him. So this basically changed his perception on it. But it was about 9 PM in May of 2002. Andrew had attended a fitness class at Cannock Chase Leisure Centre, which he did quite often. And on the night in question, he thought, oh, it's quite a nice night out there. I'm going to go for a more scenic route home in the car. So instead of taking his normal route home, which would have took probably 15 minutes, he decided to take a longer route home. The journey that he decided to take would have added an extra 10 minutes on to his journey, so it's not too far. And as he did so, he had his windows down in the car and he was playing his music at the top volume, enjoying himself and just taking in all the scenery. And about halfway through the drive, whilst on Chapel Lane,
Andrew started to hear a very loud noise, and he couldn't tell where the noise was coming from, and it was described as being quite a drony noise. Now, the noise was so loud that it actually came over the top of the music in his car, which was at full volume, and he stopped to try and figure out what the noise was. And to do that, he turned his radio off and turned the car off, and heard the noise, and he couldn't figure out where it was coming from still. So
That's creepy.
It is,
That
yeah.
is creepy.
So
If you're on your own late at night driving and that happens, that's creepy. Just to note, Chapel Lane, is it you said?
Chapel Lane.
That's basically the junction we've just pulled up at. It's Chapel Lane to Shore Lane.
Yeah.
So we're literally exactly where he was.
Yeah.
We do try our best to hit the exact locations, don't we?
That's it. It gets even more interesting on the road that we're on towards the end of this story, actually. There's something really cool that happened to him, but he decided to restart the car and crawl forward. Restarting the car kick-started the radio, but something was different this time. The radio was not working properly, other than a lot of white noise that came out of nowhere. So all of this white noise was kicking out of the radio.
It's interesting, white noise.
White noise. Now,
that's...
as you remember, he had his car radio on full volume. So the next logical thing that you would do is try and turn it down, because you've got a radio
if you've got white
on
noise coming through, that wouldn't be
at full
pleasant,
volume. Yeah. So he tried turning the volume down, the volume button wouldn't work. He then figured out that nothing that he tried in the car was actually functioning properly, and that's when something happened in the car that genuinely horrified him. From the white noise coming through the radio, Andrew then heard a noise come through and growl his name. And I think it's mentioned 3 times in the book that this actually happened, and as you can imagine,
that
absolutely scared the hell out of him, as you can imagine.
If you're thinking logically and skeptically, the only logical explanation for that, electronically, would be if perhaps he had a CB radio as well as a normal radio, and maybe that kicked in and somebody was winding him up, but then not very common in the UK.
Also, it wouldn't stop your car
even less common in 2002.
It wouldn't even stop your car from the volume from not functioning.
No. I think that was clutching at straws, don't get me wrong, but I can't see what else would ever have caused that.
Andrew then reports that the voice went on to roar his name 2 more times before disappearing into the scratching sound of the white noise. Just after this, he relays that control of his radio was once again relinquished to him. So as soon as the white noise stops,
the radio comes back,
control of the car comes back. Shocked and confused by the incidents that had manifested, the bewildered plumber lit up a cigarette and began trying to work out what on earth, or off earth, had just happened. Before his cigarette was smoked to the nub, Andrew recalls hearing the drone noise again. He thought it had stopped for a few minutes when his radio went haywire, but now it was definitely back. Eager to find out what the white noise was, and perhaps suspecting a connection between the two and what had just happened to his radio, Andrew began to move. He drove slowly forward, scanning the skies for planes and helicopters and gliders or anything that could explain the drone sound, but saw absolutely nothing. Now this is where the story gets quite interesting, because as you said, we were on Chapel Lane and we made a turn towards Shore Lane. Yeah? Now this is where the story gets good.
I will drive down Shore Lane when we leave. Well, the rest of Shore Lane when we leave.
Yeah.
So we'll film that, so anyone wants to see what Shore Lane looks like can see it.
Yeah. Well, when he was driving down Chapel Lane and Shore Lane was on his right hand side, he had a gut feeling that he needed to turn down into Shore Lane, and he didn't know why. He knew that he needed to go down there.
It's quite a sharp turn, isn't it?
Quite a sharp turn, and something was drawing him in, but he didn't know what. So anyway, he did it. He felt an intense pull of attraction and instantly knew that he had to make this turn. Once on this lane, he reports seeing for the first time 3 red glowing lights dancing around the sky incredibly fast, like pucks on an air hockey table.
That's reoccurring as well. With regard to UFO sightings, I mean, to be honest, you know a lot more about UFO sightings than me, but even I know that 3 red lights, usually in a triangle formation.
That's actually what they did. They formed a triangle formation when they kind of noticed him.
Okay.
And
so
then
that
they formed...
is a very, very common UFO phenomena.
Yeah.
Which, once again, it makes it more interesting. So if you've got reoccurring stories with similarities, it does give it more credibility. Definitely more credibility.
And it's definitely not, this is not the only sort of triangular UFO story I've heard of Cannock Chase. This is just one of them.
I've heard triangular stories, UFO related, for years.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But this triangular array of lights seemed to notice Andrew, and as Andrew described, they shot a red laser at his car. As it's noted in the book, Andrew left Cannock Chase Centre at around 9 p.m. He embarked on his journey home, which should have taken him no longer than 25 minutes. After what happened with the laser beam, he glanced at his clock in the car, and his clock time read 2:15 a.m. So, from that laser beam happening, in a journey that should have took 25 minutes, he suddenly lost 4 hours of time, or a bit longer than that actually. Totally unaccounted for, and obviously I don't know how you explain that one. His wife was terrified and scared, as you can imagine.
Does the story go on to say that he definitely lost the time when he got home?
Yeah, basically his wife, I think he said he texted his wife to say that he was on his way back, and that was 9 p.m.
If you're talking radio malfunction, and then you looked at the clock inside the car, if you got an electrical fault, maybe it could have jumped or changed. But if the time has actually changed, and his wife's worried about him, then yeah, I can't explain it.
No,
can't explain it. And it's a terrifying thought, absolutely terrifying thought. It's a thought I think will stay with us tonight while we're wandering around the chase.
Yeah. Again, I think that's why this location does or did strike a lot of fear in us. Obviously, we haven't returned since we first originally came. But when you have this amount of unexplained phenomena, and I mean, this is just scratching the surface. This book in particular is full of stories, and there's many stories out there, not even in this book. So
I think the only thing we can take some comfort in is there's probably more attractive people in the local area to abduct than us too. So
probably.
If I was looking to abduct somebody, I wouldn't be my first choice. No, so that's all we can hope for. Yeah. Right, so next location we're going to do a little bit more, hopefully. It's a location we've never actually been to before, though we've wanted to go for a long time.
Yeah.
We wanted to go last time we come to Cannock, but we ended up splitting up and spending the night.
Yeah, our plans changed slightly.
Yeah, they changed. So we're going to do a little bit of an investigation there, maybe just a few experiments, should I say, more than investigation, before we head to meet people at Birches Valley. But it's actually the war cemetery, isn't it?
Yeah, there are 5,000 bodies buried there. Now, the war cemetery is actually for German and Austrian soldiers, basically, who died in the World Wars. Instead of transporting them back to Germany and Austria and their native lands, it was agreed that all of the soldiers that were buried and killed overseas would be basically brought to Cannock Chase, so all the families could basically come to one area and visit.
I believe, I could be wrong, but I vaguely recall that it was actually a prisoner of war camp at Cannock Chase.
It was all sorts.
So perhaps if they were prisoners of war, as well as maybe they brought them all together.
Yeah, they actually brought bodies from all over the UK, I believe, because obviously the soldiers were buried in different locations around the country. They actually exhumed the bodies and brought them all to Cannock Chase. Yeah.
Obviously, that's something that could certainly have disturbed spirits.
Well, that's the thing.
The bodies.
Yeah. So not only have you got ghost stories, there have been sightings, obviously, of spirits and ghosts in the cemetery itself. But there's also been moans and groans that have been heard, so lots of audible phenomena. And not only that, but there's apparently stories of a big cat creature in there that lurks. So possibly our very first cryptid creature that we can catch on camera. You never know.
Right, so we're going to go drive down Shore Lane now, so just so you can see where we're actually at. And we will head to the German cemetery after that, shall we?
Sounds good.
Okay, see you there.
Thanks.
So So right guys, here we are at the German war graveyard. Graveyard was opened in 1967 I believe, June of 1967. And since then there's been a lot of, well, there's been ghost sightings, there's been apparitions seen, strange howling has been heard here. So quite a few strange things. I read a story years ago that it was, I think they used to have security here, and I think it was a security guard actually run out of the graveyard after seeing an apparition of a German soldier. As we spoke about before, a lot of these bodies were exhumed and then brought here, and a lot of them were prisoners of war that died, so there's untold sadness here. I should imagine there's a lot of German pilots here who's... What was that?
What? What am I looking at?
I just heard like a ringing of a bell.
Oh really?
That was really loud, I just not hear that.
I don't know, I think I was just concentrating on what you were saying, to be honest, but I just thought I heard footsteps behind me as well.
That was really loud, that was...
Couldn't hear anything or see anything.
That was quite peculiar, that was really loud. Sorry, yeah, there was a lot of German pilots buried here I believe, whose aim was once upon a time to actually take over this country and make it part of the Third Reich. I don't speak much German, but Achtung! I think that means warning, because I saw it on a packaging once. So I don't know what that means, but obviously we'll be listening out for EVPs and stuff. We will be listening out for German. Yeah. So should we start just by having a walk around the graveyard?
Yeah.
So we've literally just entered, our first time here. Perhaps have a walk around the graveyard. I think years gone by and sort of history teaches us that although what the Germans or the Nazis stood for was wrong and, you know, tyranny's awful, etc., I think when you look at the stories behind the soldiers, they were just fighting for what they were told. They were just digits. They
basically, yeah, numbers.
Probably, yeah, numbers. Don't get me wrong, there were some that did some awful things, but I think the majority of them were probably young men, young kids, following orders. So with that said, we come here with respect.
Totally.
In the hope that whatever's here respects us too. I swore I saw a black shadow then over there.
Where?
I don't really want to use my torch. But there.
Okay. Do you want to go over that then?
Yeah. What we do, actually I want to head in the centre and I want to set the REM pod up.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
So the focal point, we'll set the REM pod up. So we're not actually going to be here that long. I don't know how fruitful this is going to be. Obviously not speaking German. But the spirits of any German soldiers remain, or pilots, members of the Luftwaffe, or the SS. Show us your presence. Come forth and touch this device. It's our way of knowing that you're here. The war is over. You may be at peace. The war is over. You're forgiven for your sins. We lay here on English soil in the loving arms of the ancestors that you tried to kill. You're forgiven. Times change and ideologies change, and they have. Now all we wish is for you to come forth and say something for us. Tell us your story. Tell us how you ended up here. Who sent you here? Come forth with any information that you can. first noise I heard a minute ago, I said to you, it sounded like possibly like a growl and bells, perhaps.
Yeah.
It was really loud. It sounded like thudding on the ground. Like, the best way to describe it is like, it sounded like, you know, a cow with a cowbell.
Yeah.
That's sort of heavy, but with a cowbell as well. I hope the camera picked that up. I'm not convinced it did. Because
Well,
you were pointing it at me, which is away from the sound. Obviously being a shotgun mic, but hopefully it got something of it.
hopefully, yeah. Wouldn't mind listening to that. Do you have any messages for us? We've been told that there have been voices heard in this graveyard. We do come with peace and respect.
I'm just going to throw some historical names, just,
Yeah.
I'll say historical famous names, just to see if it actually stirs anything. If you recognise any of these names, come forth and touch this device, just like I am. Adolf Hitler. If you know Adolf Hitler, it is your duty to come and touch the object I just touched. It's your duty as a German soldier. I can hear footsteps, but then I can also hear fireworks.
Yeah.
Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill won the war. Are you worried about what happened to your families? They were spared. And Germany is once more a prosperous country, a peaceful country. Do you wish to move and be buried in the fatherland? Or are you happy to remain on British soil? How you feeling?
Cold. But I'm alright.
It's gone cold, but there's no breeze, it's just sort of dropped completely, hasn't it?
Why is it every time we come to Cannock it feels like it's sub-zero temperatures?
I don't know, it was last time we come. It was literally frozen over last time.
Yeah, it was.
Shall we leave the REM pod there?
Yep.
I'll have a stroll over and see what his tea light is. So it is a tea light. That's actually a real candle in there.
Is it?
It's a real candle inside the vase.
That's really nice.
I'm going to use my torch just to see what it says. Sergeant M.S. Wiltowski, 13th of August 1948, age 48. Polish.
Did you just say that?
Corpse. It sounded like a roar.
Yeah.
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 I think that's a car or a motorbike.
I think
from a
it, yeah.
distance.
It didn't sound like it the first time though, did it? That made my blood run cold the first time.
Polish resettlement corpse.
Yeah.
That confuses me. I thought this was a German war grave.
It's German and Austrian.
That guy sounds Polish. Unless...
Well, he's also buried on his own.
I wonder if perhaps he was in charge of the prisoners, or I know a lot of Polish servicemen they actually brought over. I know a lot of them joined the RAF and fought for us during the Battle of Britain.
Yeah.
I do wonder perhaps if he was in charge of the prisoners or something.
What's that, mate? I think I'm seeing things.
Why?
Thought I saw somebody stood there.
That's happened to me a few times.
What's that?
Keep seeing like dark shadows next to the graves.
It's weird because you can see shadows when you do that, but some of them look a bit. Come forward and identify yourself.
I feel like, I can't explain it, like I'm expecting to see somebody or something, but not something that scares me.
What, like a karma presence or?
Yeah. Willie Jager. Walter Frubrich. Martin Abraham. Henrik Kessen. Franz Kunt. Sorry. I'm not laughing at the dead, but you can just guarantee, I mean, I have no prior knowledge of the people buried here. You can guarantee, so far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 graves, and I've read out a Willie and a cunt. It's just typical, isn't it? Right, back to it.
I don't know whether I can put this in the video or not.
Joseph Dell. Jacob Becker. Arnold Burke. Leo von Wolstacki. Johannes Hillier. Gustav Wilk. Ernst Pitch. Otto Balzer. Diederik Meyer. Gustav Bullock. August Dings. I don't know if I'm pronounced.
What?
I thought I saw something there.
Where?
Honestly, right, this is going to sound stupid. You see that grave there?
Which one?
Right there.
Yeah.
Is that thing with the thing on top?
Yeah.
Look, 2 back.
Yeah.
It was like there was a fucking dog sat there. Like a big...
A dog?
Yeah, like a dog. Like a big...
Cat?
It looked more like a dog.
So not...
It looked like a big black Labrador, but much bigger, just sat up like that with his paws down the front.
Okay.
That's really weird.
I mean, the story in here, the cryptid story, is the Black Panther.
It looked
Mechanic
like it
Chase
was...
Panther.
Right, okay, so we had a van come, looked like a security van, so we just popped over, knocked the cameras off and just popped over to see what it was. Before we got there, they turned away and drove away, so either they didn't see us or they're not too fussed. I'm not actually sure on the rules as regards filming here and doing investigations. I wouldn't say I'd say it's probably frowned upon, but we don't mean any disrespect, so that's that. Right, what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to set an EVP device recording, leave it recording here. I'm going to go around, reel off some more names, and perhaps we'll get a response with the EVP device over this side of the graveyard, we don't know. But on the whole, I'd say I'm feeling very at ease here, very at peace. So, I mean, would you agree, or?
Yeah, let's try it.
Stand it up there. Right, so let's have a stroll back down the graveyard. One thing there would have been with prisoners of war, etc., there would have been roll calls. Obviously these people would have been very scared being captured by the British and British war camps. They don't know how they're going to be treated, etc. So let's hope by reeling off some names we'll get, you know, sort of encourage some sort of response. Kurt Jean, Adolf Bruldo, Edward Winkler. Don't laugh. God, stop laughing at people's names. This is really, really bad. Heinrich Bodecker, Adam Stieb, Heinrich Dickman. Do you reckon these are their real names, or do you reckon people have put them there just so I look like a dickhead reading them out?
No, I think they're real.
Theodore Ankerman. God, there isn't a W in front of that one. Carl Lind.
Herman Klingerberg, Robert New, Theodore Guslab, Bruno Moller, Max Gessler, Joanne Dumont. The fuck was that then?
Did you hear it?
Yeah, it was right behind us.
Yeah, like
It
a.
sounded like someone standing on the stick. What did I just read? Joanne Dumont. Joanne Dumont. Herman Heinrich. Richard Welsh. There's a lot of contamination. You've got the road just there. There was fireworks going off in the distance.
Yeah.
What we'll try and explain is the noises do sound like they're coming very close and very low level. Like there's footsteps around the floor. Right, I say, time's getting on, obviously we've got to go meet people.
Yeah.
I say we kill the camera now.
Yeah.
Spend maybe 10 minutes taking some photos.
Yeah.
And then head off to the Birches Valley area of Cannock Chase.
Yeah, sounds good.
But I definitely want to come back here again. Definitely. I want to spend an evening here, a full evening here. So I think it warrants it, with all the locked off cameras, a proper setup here. So with that, we're going to say goodbye. We're going to snap some photos and we're going to head to the Birches Valley area of Cannock Chase to have our Halloween meet-up 2021. See you there.
It's a beautiful night. Oh yeah, I know, that's true.
Well guys, we've made it here. There's a fair few of us following along.
And then walking down the middle of a road. Yeah, you need one of them flags like the guys do on the tours.
Taking over the road. I think we're going to split up. Some of us head to the German War Cemetery and some of us heading to Birches Valley. So we'll see you there. Right, we're split up into 3 separate groups. We've headed into the middle of the Birches Valley area. Been a bit of a interesting trek. We're going to do some... What app are you going to use?
We can do Solomon, we can do Necrophonics.
Do some Solomon.
I can start off with the bells because the bells attract. Solomon, and while I'm doing Solomon I can call for the actual murderer to come forward. And then I can do basically... After that, what I did in the Preston one is I can do, what is it called? Basically like a druid to bring like the children forward.
Okay, we'll roll with it for a bit. We'll film and join in.
I'm just going to set up a quick redneck. If that's okay with everyone?
Yeah. Just roll with how you normally would.
Oh, nice.
We'll stick a rem here.
Makes a nice change to spectacular. See how other people work.
That's what I love about working in big groups, because you all can work with each other, you all can pick off each other.
We avoided it for so long, to be honest. We spent so long just refusing.
I did.
Just because of contamination and different things, but it's
not
good to get out and meet people and see different experiments.
Right, so let's stick this here. I'm going to try something I like to call the bell experiment. So we know where both bells are.
Yep.
We'll ring that one in a few. Basically what you're doing is you're trying to get that one, the energy from that one, to connect to that one and see if the spirit will ring that. Or at least do something with it. I've ever had it work once.
Oh, you have had it work then?
I have had it work.
Okay, that's cool.
And it's brilliant when it works. See, I would have put it further in the woods, but I would have lost it. call upon any energies, any astral beings, anything from the good or the negative to come forward. Use the sound of the vibration of the bells. We're not here to hurt you, we're only here to talk to you. Please use the vibration of the bells to come forward. So move on to Psalm. And why this is playing. Anyone know the name of the guy? Richard?
Raymond Leslie Morris was the murderer.
I knew his name, I just couldn't remember it. I was looking at it yesterday as well.
And the body that was discovered here was of a young girl called Christine Darby.
Right, so when, just remind me about that when I do the good chanting. Because otherwise it's
Never fear, I'll open their lap and let me put together all of him of service of the face.
call upon Raymond Leslie Morris to come forward. I don't ask you, I command you to come forward.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever.
And I'll just do this for the kids. There's a bell right here. If you can ring this. From this one, send the energy over to this one. Make one of them go off for me, please. See, I want to try at some point bringing the murderers up. Because obviously people's going to have questions of why. The young girls, obviously, they don't know why they were chosen or why they were, what happened to them. So, try bringing him through and getting answers off him if we can.
I must be in a couple between us two.
So, being a young girl, she might feel uncomfortable.
It's working. Christine, sweetheart, if that's you, please hold these two ladies' hands. Do you know what that sounded like to me?
It's me.
Oh, I'm scared. I heard I'm scared.
Good.
Christine, if you're here, can you say your name or say hi for us?
Christine, come forward. What is it you try to show people? Why do you want people to follow you? Tell us, what do you need us to see?
I said buried. I'm swearing I just said buried.
Body was found.
Christine, are you lost, sweetheart? Are you trying to look for your mummy and dada? We can help you, sweetheart, if you come forward, sweetheart, if you come forward and let us know. Who else is around here? That sounded like it said ape. You heard me. If that was you who said me, tell us who me is.
Did Raymond Leslie Morris murder you?
Raymond, are you here? Raymond, if you're here, what did you do to these 3 innocent young girls?
Raymond, why would you never admit to your crimes?
Sound like it wasn't. You said it wasn't me.
He died in denial. He wouldn't admit to anything. In prison.
Raymond, this is a chance to cleanse your soul. To admit to what you did. Young, I heard. Why did you kill 3 young girls?
Elizabeth, does your soul rest here? You were killed carrying child. Is there anything you want to say to us?
What's these woods called? That just say it. That sounded like it said it.
Tell us where we are.
Did you hear Canuck?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I heard Canuck.
It sounded like it said it in 2 syllables though.
Yeah.
Like 2 different voices.
Yeah.
That said leave.
What happens if we don't leave?
I hear movement over there.
Yeah, I'll keep it in movement behind us.
Whoever's in the shadows over there, come forward.
I can see something in that direction, but I don't know if it's from lights or...
It depends on where they are to us.
Yeah. It's just in these trees here.
Except the 6 people who are in this circle, how many other people are here as well?
He else got a ring in their ears.
I did as we were walking into here.
A really high pitched ring in my ears.
Is that you affecting people?
We'll see.
Whoever's around Emma, step back.
Any pains in your neck? Any pains
in your back?
No, but I'm cold on this side, on my left. But I'm boiling, so I don't know if it's whether I'm more sensitive to the cold because I'm warmer.
Cold.
Who's with us right now? That sounds like a set pad. I'm going to ask all the spirits around these woods. Is there a such thing as a black-eyed child? Yeah. That just said Raymond.
Did it?
I swear that just said
Sounded
Raymond.
like it, yeah.
Like it went Raymond, but in a female's voice. Can you say Raymond again for me? Can you say woods?
Can you understand us?
That sounded like a whimper.
You got a REM pod set up over there? Why don't you whack it in the middle of this?
Yeah.
Turn around. So backwards. See if she'll approach.
I don't know why, but I feel eerie here.
Yeah, to be honest, it's up that end where I keep hearing footsteps.
I feel very eerie. Yeah, like something is just stood there watching.
Yeah, pretty much what I've got.
It just feels like something up there is just watching us. Right, so stick it about. Yeah.
If we all stand back, turn our backs to it.
And then I've got an idea in a second.
Christine! If you're here, come in the middle of us and touch the glowing light. Touch the light in the middle of us. Or make a noise. It's our way of knowing that you're here. If you don't show us you're here, we can't help you. Come and touch the light. Come and touch the red light. You can't do that, come and touch one of us. Tug at our clothes. Whisper in our ears. Do something to get our attention.
What was that?
So,
That was over there.
Just sounded like a tree.
Oh, that was close. Sounded like it would burn itself a tree.
Yeah.
Sounded like she did slowly.
Christine, is that you? It is, thank you. Please do it again.
Can you copy this for me? Because I'm putting Parabox on. It's like an obulus.
Yeah.
Just in case it picks any words that it might want to say. Can you copy this?
Repeat the sound for us.
You know what's weird? Our voices ain't echoing on you. When we first stepped in here, when we were shouting, our voices were echoing.
Yeah.
Now there's no echo. Let's play a game. Copy the tune.
How still all the trees are.
That went wrong. Let's try that again. Let's pick up the wood actually. Let the car go past. Better than touching the walls with the wood it is. Copy this tune for me.
$166.
First word.
166.
666.
Oh, 666.
That says 666.
And there was wood on tree then. Was that you? Was that
No.
wood on tree?
Mine's here.
Was wood
I was
on
too
tree
busy
again?
looking at that.
Repeat that noise again.
Repeat this.
Just like that, but lighter. I think the other girls' bodies were brought here. But I think Christine was killed here. I think that's the difference.
Trouble. You trying to cause us trouble? Are you trying to say... Compare.
End.
Compare end.
Or were we just talking about
the deaths of the
She
girls?
was killed here,
Yeah.
and they were brought here. That's comparing it, and her end was here. So if you kind of... Because some people would look at that and go, oh, that means nothing.
Slow.
Slow.
Slow death, perhaps?
That's what I was wondering. There's one behind us and there was one that way.
What's
So,
that?
how was she killed? Does anyone actually know?
I don't know.
I would imagine it probably was strangulation.
I think
I
it was.
think the report was asphyxiation, but I can't remember.
So if it's strangulation, slow. Like you just said, slow.
Yeah.
But it's come out end, then slow. If you put that in reverse order, sometimes I think like that, just reverse in order. Is that a scream?
Didn't hear one.
I think it's the tyres on the track.
I thought it was a scream.
To any of the little girls that Raymond,
Hola.
can you come forward and tell us what he done to you?
That's an interesting word. Because what's meant to happen here? Witchcraft. Do you know
Like
with
the
the
bit-
dolls in the trees and that?
Yeah.
They believed that was witchcraft. Warlock is a witch. A male witch. That I actually find interesting. Feet. Now we could take that two ways. Is
Yeah.
it something walking towards us, or is it we're feet away from where he did it?
Just really weird. Like, this sounds stupid. I've researched Cannock Chase a lot in the past. But not for a long time. All I've done is just Google Christine Darley's name, look condition writing, make pictures. I have got an image of her face in my head now. I know exactly what she looks like.
So-
now I have seen her face before, but not for years. Not
But is
since
that,
2018 or something.
Now
It's
the
really
reason
weird
I'm
how
gonna
that image has just come in my head.
Now the reason I'm gonna say that to you is with it saying feet, and me saying, are we feet away from it happening? And then that, could that be something saying, could that be her shoulder?
She's got like shortish dark hair cut straight round here.
Yeah.
So, well, lower than that, round here. And slightly sort of sad, slanted sort of eyes.
I get what you mean. Like them puppy dog kind of eyes.
Just, yeah.
Like basically when a kid is crying in a way.
Picture of her, I'll show you.
Place.
Place. Now if we take away the rays, feet, place. this bird is trying to say what I think it's trying to say. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I see. Christine, are you trying to tell us that your body was found in this place and that's why you're saying feet and arm? Okay.
That's interesting.
Step back, please. Chance that this could be the place. Step
Christine,
back.
do you recognise this face?
Let me reset it, 'cause that shouldn't be like that. That's never done that.
That went off literally as I loaded a picture of Ray and Leslie Morris.
And that, it glitched. That's what made it even weirder. That's never glitched. I've never seen it do so. I've seen it go the full thing and everything else.
Yeah.
But I've never seen it stick to one colour the way it was doing.
Thank you.
And look.
Now step away from it and we'll know you're here.
How uncanny is that? Twice it's glitched, and it's not made a glitch all night.
It's weird that was on command.
Hang on. Hang on.
So,
switch torch on.
Wait.
No, it's not. There was a spider on the edge, but I've just knocked the spider off. Sorry. Can you do that again for a third time, and we'll know it's you? Now, if that doesn't go off for the rest of the time. Yeah.
Come on then, do it again.
Now, what I find more interesting if it doesn't go off, because then it's not a malfunction in it. But even if I knocked the spider off, it should have gone straight back to normal.
Come on, one last time. Do it again for us, one last time. Wood on the tree. We've heard you hit the trees. We want you to touch the red button again. Touch the red light again.
What's interesting me about this is everything on this, as with everything that we've said about Christine and everything else, it's come back responsive to everything we've said.
I find it strange that did it on command as well.
That did it, but now it's not doing it.
And they're knocking on the trees.
And that was a triple knock. But that wasn't a car, because you know a difference between a car. That sounded like wood. Like someone went, do you know...
See, these trees, they will, as they move, creak at the tops, and the tops will touch. But the knocking on the wood sounds low down on the trees, and it doesn't sound high up.
Yeah, like a kid. Like a kid would hit it on the thing.
Okay, I'll move back from the REM pod. I'll move back from the red light. Come and touch it.
There's a light over there in the sky. Flashing light.
Yeah. Tell Brian that, we'll be out like a whippet.
And it's not moving. And it's not a plane. But it's a red flashing light.
Oh, right.
I can't even see it.
Point to it. There.
I'll have to come round to have a look. Oh, further down?
Yeah. Right in between the tree line. See it?
I can't at the moment. I hasn't gone over enough.
Right there. In between them two trees there.
Okay.
You see it now?
Flagicious.
Don't, to be honest.
It keeps really dimming and then coming up. It's just a red light in the sky.
Okay. Keep an eye.
I thought that as well.
I can see it's changing colour now.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's not a plane.
Yeah, I see it.
That ain't a plane, is it?
Where are we looking?
Right there.
They found their way back. How'd you get on? Knackered.
Yeah, we did all right.
I thought you enjoyed the walk.
Well, no. But yeah, we've got some interesting things. K2, Spirit Ball.
Yours and Alex's name's coming through similar to
Goes to that. He said my name, and then immediately after it said Alex's name.
Straight after.
Straight after.
We had a similar sort of thing when we had the REM pod going off on command.
These are the wrong jeans to wear, man.
A lot of we were tapping noises on the trees.
We heard a little bit.
Replying back constantly. It was really weird.
Really
Yeah, fell over again.
Yeah, I did.
You've been here before now? No, I've done this one. Have you seen all the graves? I get loads of them.
What's that?
All the graves. How many grandfathers have we got in total? Have we got enough to cover all four doors? What grandfather in each door?
Make sure you lock it. Fair play.
I was going to jab you with that, but I can't fucking see nothing in it.
Oh, I thought you did get him with it.
No, I was trying, but I kept walking into the trees, so I took it off in there.
Come speak to us. Thank you for coming to join us.
Linkermans Krustenwagen is kaput.
What's that? You spoke German then?
The left indicator on my ambulance is broken.
What did you say?
The left indicator on my ambulance is broken. Well, we're probably going to make it off anyway, when you say. Yeah. We'll go and have a look. Catch you guys later. See you, yeah, we'll see you soon.
welcome to our Halloween special for 2022, where we're spending the evening on a haunted island, completely abandoned from everyone else. This is St Catherine's Fort in Ireland. Go left, mate. Look out the window.
So we're well on our way now.
Time is 11:15.
About halfway. Yeah, got about an hour and a half left to go. Driving through Wales, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, I love driving.
Some of the
Wales.
scenery is absolutely amazing. Thought I'd set the camera up, have a little bit of a chat on the way. What is it you're most scared of about going? What's the fear factor? What is it we've got to look out for?
Apparently this place is absolutely infested with jumping, biting spiders, which I didn't know before. So that's what I'm going to be. I'm going to be tucking myself in, I think, a little bit. It's a bit like that.
So the YouTube world is listening, waiting for us to talk about all the paranormal experiences, poltergeist, demons.
Yeah.
But in reality, you're scared of the spiders.
Yeah, well, you know what happened last time.
Sorry, YouTube. So it doesn't bother you sort of being abandoned on the island overnight?
I think from a safety point of view, it would be interesting, especially the weather is meant to be quite bad tonight, so I think that will add an element to it, and I don't know how dangerous it will be on there, because obviously we will be by ourselves. So that's a little bit concerning, but apart from the tales of the paranormal, I suppose it's a bit freaky sort of knowing that you're stuck on there. Once you're on, you're stuck.
I think that's the big thing for me. I think everywhere we normally investigate, if you needed to, you could leave, get in your car and go. With this one, unless we're going to sort of dive in the sea in the middle of the night and try and swim to shore.
One of us can't swim,
so
let's not go for that idea.
You'd be and let's be honest, I'd probably bounce off the rocks jumping in and end up like a splattered tomato. So yeah, so we literally have just got to ride this one out all until the next day. Whatever happens, happens. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, but I'm also a little bit apprehensive about that. Yeah, I think my only other concern is obviously being abandoned there. We just, I've been watching a lot of Netflix lately. I'm just hoping there's no like f***ing Jeffrey Dahmer hiding on the
you're saying that
island somewhere, and
that's a very good point, because it could be.
I don't want to end up in a bucket of acid, is what I'm saying.
Last time I went, just to let you know, I don't know if it's still there now, but there was a room last time that was absolutely full of mannequins. So you never know.
I was joking about the Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
I'm not saying it's still there.
If we get there and there's some nutcase trying to shag a mannequin, I am off. I'm gone. For fuck's sake.
In a quarter of a mile, at the roundabout, take the third exit onto Serpentine Road A4218.
I remember this roundabout.
Right, in true Brian style, we've been walking miles and miles and miles and miles up and down hills. What is it with the Welsh and hills? Just flattening out. Here it is. I'd be really excited if I didn't know we have to go back to the car to pick up 4 more bags of equipment to walk another 7 mile back to the fort.
Never happy, are you?
Before the tide. Seriously, this boy's taking the piss. This is
Hello. What a beautiful scene.
It's not steep, it's vertical. Come back to the car, we've got a couple of hours to kill. You know what I'm going to ask?
I do know what you're going to ask, yeah.
Let's have the grand unveil of your Halloween mask.
Am I going first? I've got to be honest.
Seriously, it best be scary this year.
I've got to be honest. After the unicorn and the duck, I thought I quite like the animal theme. So I kind of stuck with that. Right. Are you looking?
I can see it's white.
Yeah, it's white. Spooky white, isn't it? That's what it is. I got me a goat.
Why?
I mean, come on. If you saw this on the edge of the forest,
what's a goat got to do with Halloween?
Because they're scary, aren't they?
They're not.
They are. They like to ram me.
I think everyone on YouTube now agrees that you are a complete dick. What? Seriously, why a goat? Can you see out of that?
No, I can't. You can see some little nostrils. I can.
You fucked up again, ain't you?
Maybe. Oh, look, okay. Let's have a look at yours then. You've obviously done better.
No, mine is genuinely scary.
So, come on, right, Screaming Woods, middle of the night, you see a goat man.
It's not even a dead goat or a vampire goat, it's just a goat.
Yeah, but...
And we're in Wales, you're going to get You are?
I didn't think of that. Nah! So you're in Wales, you can't say that.
This video is going to get banned, isn't it?
Probably.
Right, okay.
It is a goat, though, to be fair, not a sheep. Go on, get on with yours.
Right, okay. Now, I didn't know what to get this year. I thought, what is scarier than a duck? And I thought, well, what do I sort of represent with scary?
It's not a frog, is it?
Close your eyes. I have my Halloween mask right here.
Oh, well, allowed to open?
You're allowed to open.
What the
Oh, buddy!
You're such a dick, aren't you?
So, this Halloween, I'm going to be Brian. Come here, sheep.
How did you even get that done?
Where's the sheep? Where's the sheep? Give me the sheep.
It's not a sheep, it's a goat.
Give me the fucking sheep.
It's not a sheep, it's a goat.
It's a fucking sheep. Come here, love. Bend over.
Thanks, mate. So it's now 4:30 in the afternoon. We are just waiting now for confirmation to go into the fort, so I believe we're heading in there between 7:30 and 8. As you can see, completely cut off by the sea. And yeah, should be exciting. What are you thinking? Looking forward to it?
Not really.
Not
It's
really?
fucking freezing.
Well, yeah, we've got the coat on already, so...
I bet it's going to be cold on there overnight.
So tonight I'm with Andy, and we're going to go on a little bit of a tour of the fort now, so to hear some of the stories that have happened here, some of the sightings, and a little bit of history about the fort in general, really. So where would you like us to start, Andy?
Okay, so first of all, this little corner here, allegedly there's a presence that's in this corner that maybe doesn't like people in his house. We've had several people picking up on an energy. We think maybe the son of Edward Windsor Richards, who bought the house in 1914. We've had a medium who said that there's a man in the corner that smokes dirty cigars and he doesn't like people in his house.
No.
We've had a little boy who, when I asked him if he thought it was haunted, he pointed straight to this corner. And also YouTube star Joe Weller, when he came up, they filmed all night, and the only place the camera went really weird was in this corner here, where they had a huge white orb in the centre there.
I watched that one myself, and it was very, very unusual because the white just didn't move out of the shot, so I've never seen anything quite like that.
And this used to be a reception room, so the Windsor Richards would hang out in this room here, so it's very likely that he would be in this corner. Yeah, we have a charity box here with a slanted top, and so you can imagine when you lock up at night, you check as you're walking out. When I come back in the morning, because it had a slanted top, it was upside down, and so that meant that the whole charity box was on an angle.
That's unusual.
And that's the first thing I saw when I came in. I was like, oh, okay. And then when I went into the staff room on exactly the same day, we had a box literally thrown all over the floor on the same day.
So potential poltergeist activity.
I think that this room here was the main bedroom.
The main bedroom.
And there is a picture of it above the fireplace there. So that's Edward Windsor Richards, who bought the place first of all in 1914.
Okay.
And it was a summer residence. They would hold wild parties here, end of season balls, that sort of thing. Lots and lots of money spent. And that's how the bedroom looked there.
Nice.
Four-poster bed. You can see on the floor parquet flooring, antiques, water.
So that bed, would that have actually fitted?
Here.
And that would have been the arch, you can see.
All sealed in.
So I came in one morning, there was a big one here.
Yeah.
Right? So I know where everything is, so I just arranged the table. So I walk away, come back 5 minutes later, and the kitchen's like that. So I thought, oh, well, the sun might be coming down and somebody might have moved it. There was about 3-4 people in it at the time.
Okay.
So I moved it back, walked away, was away less than a minute.
Yeah.
There wasn't anybody in the facility.
And it's back like that again?
Yeah.
Just like that?
Yeah.
So that would indicate poltergeist activity, whether it's a mischievous child, just letting you know their presence, or if this was a bedroom and somebody did have a picture by their bed or something, perhaps they actually thought you were moving a favourite picture or a family picture by their bed, and perhaps that's why they put it back. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm sure I've heard 2 bangs come from by the front door now. Would that possibly be the wind moving the door, or?
We were in the base room there, yeah?
While we were talking a moment ago.
So just to reiterate, that door doesn't blow in the wind.
That's solid. It just sounded just sounded like a sort of twice I heard it.
And then this is how the place used to look when the Windsor Richards were living here.
Oh, wow.
So you can see above the fireplaces there are animal heads, stag's heads. They were shot and presented to the family by King Edward VII.
Oh, wow.
And the cross swords there above the fireplace here, they were believed to be Nelson's swords. These here are gunpowder tunnels. So the powder would have come out on a little train to this side, and there's another one on the other side of the fireplace as well.
Okay.
So just down here, we believe we found what was human remains this year.
Oh, here?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, literally here, and we got in touch with police. They sent a forensics team up, and it looked like the bones in your arm there.
Yeah.
And we know for a fact that when the chapel was being demolished and the fort was being built, there were human remains found. And we were wondering whether this would have been floorboarded off, and that would have been a place to leave them.
Potentially.
Because this is directly under where the chapel would have been. So, I'm just showing you here through the back room. So this is what we believe would have been, this here would have been an ammunition tunnel.
Oh, wow.
Shell hoist, I should say. And this is where they would have hoisted the shells from here up onto the roof level. And I always thought that this was part of the mechanism that they would have basically wound the lift up with.
Yeah.
But we found out from some experts a couple of months ago that this is actually a speaking tube. So this room in here is what we think would have been the shell room, where the shells for the guns would have been stored.
Okay.
So this is the stairs that goes to the roof. This set of stairway here is where we had a lady last year, and I showed her these steps purposefully because we had an inkling that they used to go down.
Okay.
And I said nothing and introduced her to these steps, and she said, when I stayed here in the 50s, I used to run past this staircase. I didn't like it at all, and her bedroom was where the witch now is. So I showed her this area, and she said, no, that's not right. And I said, well, what do you mean that's not right? And she said, well, it used to go down as well as that. We've had somebody go on that.
What have you heard?
Like a scurrying around. Almost. I thought I could hear like someone shuffling around behind us. Almost like somebody's going to walk around the corner, but it was like, I don't know if it's like, I'm not sure. I couldn't identify where. I guess you didn't hear it.
No, I was listening about the lady who
Literally,
said it went down.
Completely silent as soon as I said it, but it was like a
I'm like hoping that's bit to them.
Or possibly something's following us round and interested in what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. That's what we want.
So this was a little room here. We think might have been a little office.
This is one that's a tight
I
squeeze.
don't know why. I just don't like the energy in that room.
This is a particular one?
No idea why.
It's very claustrophobic in here.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Something really sort of claustrophobic about this room.
Yeah, and ironically, this is where, when it was a zoo, it was a loo. So again, you've got that water energy. And then there's a little corridor and a little old room at the
So
back here.
those lead up to the roof, yep.
So you've got fold-up shelves here. They don't work anymore, they're rested in place. But these would have lifted up, and then these metal brackets would have come and literally...
Any ideas what would have been kept on the shelves?
Just general
or-
supplies.
Just general supplies?
Yeah.
I suppose they just had planks rested across the top of them.
Yeah. And so this room goes to nowhere, but again, you've got some rifle porch here if needed.
Well, when we had a bit of a chat earlier on, I think this is where Brian wants to have a bit of a sleep tonight, isn't it?
I don't actually remember saying that.
Yeah, I know, but it's said on camera now, so it's got to happen. Isn't it?
I have you the room that this is where the butler used to sleep during the Windsor Richards era.
Right.
So this was the butler's bedroom, I think. And you can look just up there, you'll see what remains of a little pulley.
Oh, yeah.
So again, it's just for getting things up on the roof.
I can also see spiders, so you've got no chance of me sleeping up here tonight.
You'll be fine.
Thank you for making me drawing my attention to up there. You've saved my life.
We know that when the fort was being built, as far as we know, only one soldier died, and he fell off a ladder on the wall, down the cliff, and then into the sea. Another soldier actually died. He was an Irish guardsman. I think he was 21 years old. He'd probably been in a pub one night, missed the tides, left his boots, tried to swim, and they never found him. They found his boots in the morning, but they never found him. Yeah, and as far as we know, that's the only deaths that occurred while the fort was as a fort, basically.
There was another one, wasn't there, about a pirate or a sailor, like this is going back in history.
Very old legend that says a pirate captain came ashore here, climbed onto the island, and lived here as a hermit for many, many years. And one day a local brought him up some food, very curious to who this guy was, and he left him some food and had a chat. And he said, well, who are you? And he said, well, I'm a pirate captain. And he said, I murdered my wife, he said, and now I'm going to join her. And with that, he jumped off the sea and drowned, and they never found him either. Local legend, but it keeps coming out time after time, so there's always some sort of truth.
There's some,
legend.
yeah.
So this is the old boiler room in here. Boiler room,
The old generators.
generators.
Okay.
Oh, Brian, that one's real.
Oh, shut up. Nah,
Look
that's
at
nasty. Nah,
look at that
all
beast.
Right, okay. I'll pick her arachnophobia.
I know, I love it. I've got to be honest, this is the one place that does make me feel a little bit uneasy.
Because
Perhaps it's just because it's underground.
Came in, this door was open. There were 3 sets of keys on the floor. There were keys for the back door leading to the roof, the toilets. I can't remember where else.
So this is the one room I remember earlier on that made me feel very uncomfortable.
So this is what we think is an old jail cell, but I seriously think that this was a coal hole
there as well,
where they used to dump the coal down from the corridor. They used to have a trapdoor in the corridor. So I seriously think that there was a coal hole here.
That door looks quite...
And one
Oops, sorry.
with a hole on the floor.
Yeah.
There is here. There's a big corridor. There is. Hole there.
If it was a prison cell,
Yeah, there's a drain
potentially
at the
could
back.
that have been a toilet?
Yeah,
or
it could be,
an area
couldn't
for
it?
someone to have gone to the
Yeah.
toilet. There's something about this room
You're not too keen
I'm
on
not
it?
too keen on. But that's a good thing. It makes me want to spend a bit more time in it. Maybe I'll sleep in there.
So there's another one here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just checking for spiders. So the prison cell could potentially have been for soldiers or prisoners of war.
They could have turned them into sleeping accommodation for soldiers.
Does, doesn't it?
What did you just hear?
I heard like it sounded like a woman, like a woman talking.
Did you?
Yes.
You both heard that?
Yes.
But it was from down the corridor, down the left-hand side of the corridor.
Okay, interesting.
Did you hear it
I
again?
missed it that time.
I heard talking.
I heard like
It was
a female
talking, yeah,
talking.
it was like, it wasn't a noise, it was definitely,
Mm.
couldn't hear what they were saying.
Multiple people, would you say, voices?
Well, it was one more overpowering, but it sounded like she was...
Yeah,
she was
definitely a
having
female.
conversation.
Definitely a female. I picked up on.
Yeah, but I only heard the one voice.
Right.
Well, guys, thank you very, very much for the tour. Thank you. Really, really enjoyed that.
How you get on?
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Take care.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Take
night.
care. Thanks.
See you in the morning.
See ya.
Yeah, hopefully.
Right.
And that's our tour of St Catherine's Fort. So now I think we need to start looking at equipment and setting up, don't we?
I think we need to. We've got a couple of locations there for locked off cameras, definitely. I think we need to decide on a few others.
Yep.
But apart from that, how are you feeling now? It's just us two.
That's creeped me out, that female voice, to be honest. Because I definitely heard that clear as day.
See, I missed that, but I've definitely heard footsteps when we were going. Just
Well,
before,
I think it feels like we're almost followed, like something was following us around, watching us. Because you heard the footsteps that seemed to follow you.
Yeah, but it's as soon as I brought.
We heard the female voice behind us.
Yeah.
And when we were talking over there, I heard tapping over here.
But it's almost like both times where you've mentioned it, or what was that? And it just stops.
It's almost like something scoping us out, just following us around, watching, seeing what we're about. So I'm going to knock the camera off now, and I say we go and start looking at setting up some cameras.
Yeah, let's go.
Right, guys, we're in night vision now. We've had an entertaining one already. We've had a bit of a tour round. We've then been left on our own, and we've gone live. We've heard a female voice. We heard footsteps. What the fuck was that? No, whoa. Okay, that was... Mate, that was full on. That was right here. Jesus, bro, that was loud.
You do that again, please. That was
Glad we
you.
heard that.
Thank you so much for doing
That sounded like it literally come from over here.
Hold on.
Boy, that was right behind me.
Hold on, listen.
Mate, there's something right around us in here. Over there. Both seemed to be behind us, following us around almost. And the most eerie to note, if I'm honest, is when we were setting up the locked off cameras a moment ago, in the very far corner, where a man is said to be, I was setting up the camera and I actually heard like behind me, like a man. I couldn't work out if he was sort of laughing at me or grunting at me, but right behind me in the staircase. I'd say it sounded like it was coming from down the staircase right up at me, but I'm talking a foot or two behind me. It was that clear and that loud, and that really shook me up. During our live session, we also had footsteps, which I think quite a few people heard. It sounded like someone was walking across the ceiling, and then after that, we actually had what sounded like someone walking around us, didn't we? So that was really interesting. We're going to start tonight. If you head over here, we're going to start. We've got locked off cameras set up here, covering some of the old artefacts found. We've got locked off camera set up down there in that corridor, covering where Brian heard the footsteps. So that will be interesting. If you follow me through, be careful because it's dark.
Can't see it actually where I'm walking. Lost my senses here.
We've got the Ouija board set up here. This is what we're going to start the night with. This is going to be our first port of call, is the Ouija board here. And if you follow me this way, I don't actually have a torch on me, so
Is there a step or anything?
There's a little step at the end. Just be careful.
Can't see it.
Very,
Okay.
very small. So if you look where I am now, we've actually got a locked off camera set up here, which should be covering all down this hallway. And it was actually this locked off camera here where I heard the grunting behind me or laughing. I couldn't quite make out what it was. What I can tell you is it wasn't very nice at all. Which,
yeah, to be fair, your
I didn't like that.
Your whole behaviour changed.
The things
after
we've sort of heard tonight and stuff was fine. It's been okay. It hasn't been. There's been a presence, but it hasn't been negative. But the one thing I felt here felt a little bit negative, like it was trying to scare me. I think if something's trying to scare you, then that's potentially negative. So I didn't like that. If we follow me up through this way. It's important to note the other thing that we saw, well I saw if I'm honest, we've actually been sat here having something to eat on these chairs.
Yeah, the little base area for the night.
And while we were sat there, I saw like a gloved hand come out like that, a white gloved hand, almost like a lady's hand, like a white gloved hand come out from the wall. That wasn't very nice at all, so I'm really, really hopeful for this locked off camera that's set up down there. I've got high hopes for that. Shall we go downstairs? I'm just going to grab a torch before we do. Because
probably not a bad shape.
Because it's a little bit sketchy going down there.
Right, wait for me.
As I said during our walk around, this is the one area I wasn't very happy with initially, and I think that male voice has kind of solidified that for me. We've actually got lots of cameras set up at the end of this corridor. That the idea of that is to cover this corridor completely, as we have heard a female voice in this corridor, and because we've heard a male voice in the corridor, where the stairs where it sat basically. So the two corridors running one below, one above, are completely covered, and that's where I would say our best activity has been so far. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So heading back up now.
Time of investigation that we're now starting is actually 20 past midnight.
Right, so let's head over to the Ouija board, set the cameras up for the Ouija board, and we're going to start there. We're going to try and make communication with whoever we can, see if they have any instructions for us, what they want us to do tonight, or how they wish to communicate. We're using this Ouija board, or talking board, because we wish to make communication with whoever is here. So if you're here, come and move this planchette on the board and spell out a name for us, or a word. Perhaps move the planchette to the word yes to let us know that you're here. We don't mean you no harm, we just wish to communicate. Is that over a letter or not?
It's currently over T.
Come and move it stronger for us. Come and say hello. so.
It's actually on 5. Number 5.
5. So the way the shadow's cast, I can't actually see what it's on, so
I've got perfect view.
You'll have to let me know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Kind of don't want to ask any questions, I just want to sort of
see how it goes.
See what it does on its own accord.
That's nearly stopped on a number, but it hasn't quite.
What number?
It's 2.
T52.
Yeah.
So you could argue it's 50. Was 52 your age?
Or yeah, 1952.
Yeah, potentially.
Three.
It's really weird, I feel like someone's stroking my arm. The hairs.
The arm closest there.
Yeah, the hairs, but like on my forearm.
2.
5, 2, 3, 2. What was that? It sounded like a hiss. What's that?
5. Have we ever had like a numerical sort of number?
Sounds weird. 5, 3. That is a 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's trying to say it's 53 and got stuck on the 2. It's correcting itself.
4.
That doesn't make any sense.
Not that we know of.
Can you please write something that makes sense to us? Can you please give us a name?
S.
Carry on spelling out your name. So that echo makes everything worse.
Literally, doesn't it?
T5253 S4, is that right?
You got a good memory. Can you give us a clear message that we understand, please?
This happened when we did it with Steve at the deli. It kept going to letters and numbers randomly. I wonder if this is something to do with the board, not the location.
Think? T.
I'm sure it was T, it was through there as well.
6.
Do you reckon this is something?
Who are we speaking to? Last time we used this board, we had a very similar answer with letters and numbers. Who are we speaking to, please?
I'm wondering, is this like some sort of bad thing that we don't really know about, that we need to be more cautious of?
Or we just don't understand it, so.
It's not really making much sense, is it?
Doesn't necessarily mean it's bad.
Not necessarily.
Could
it
be
just
like a
seems-
child or something, couldn't it? Are you a child?
That's just spelled out no.
Mm-hmm.
I find it strange that it spells it out and doesn't use the no on the board.
Are you a male?
No.
Are you a female? Well, I was having a hard job answering that one. But straight up on kid and straight up on male is no.
Whatever it is, it can definitely spell no because it spells it twice straight off, just like that.
Are you under the age of 50?
Write out a message. Is there something you want us to do tonight? What was that? You?
Sorry, that was a D. I forgot you can't see.
I keep feeling like a face is just going to appear. This like
Imagine.
dingy here, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DK.
DKI.
DKI. Nice.
That's an E, isn't it? D. I don't think it meant the K.
No.
Oh man, my arms are just gone. Like goosebumps all over. That's just spelled out die, isn't it?
It has been finished.
Mate, I've gone icy cold, my whole skin.
Yes.
But is it this place or is it this fucking board?
We have to
everywhere it's been, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we have to the board to a lot of places now. We've never had maps like that before though. Really, have we?
Not that I recall.
Ever?
Stop moving.
F. Q.
F Q.
Let's go back to Q. Q.
Why is it you saying Q for?
I don't know.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was like a footstep and then a bang after it.
Right, why do you keep going to Q for? What's the relevance to Q?
it's going to sound really weird.
Yeah.
You know the window up there?
Yeah.
I'm sure I just saw somebody stood at the window.
Yeah.
Honestly, like a black figure just stood outside the window.
Outside it?
Yeah. Looking in.
Looking in?
Yeah.
Okay, it's blindness.
I don't know.
Probably is.
But it almost seemed to fade away.
Keeps going to Q.
It doesn't make any sense. Should we move on to another experiment?
Alright then, so thanks for your communication tonight. We are going to leave the board because you're only saying the same message to us now. So if you're not going to spell sync out within the next 5 seconds, which says sync different, we will be leaving this board and end the communication with you tonight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, thanks very much, Spirit. That's the end of the communication with you tonight with this board. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Even when you said about stopping communication, it went back to Q again. It's almost like a stubbornness, like a sort of...
Or
there's something that it gets from doing that. Doesn't make any sense.
It's made me feel a little bit uneasy, that one, because I've never seen reaction like that before, I suppose.
Well, as you know, I'm not feeling easy in here anyway. What I didn't like, 'cause I'm sure I saw a figure at that window, it looked like someone was stood at that window over there watching in on us.
Really?
Yeah, and that's a cliff face.
Well, yeah, there's nothing you would be able to get over.
Hi guys, we just tried a Ouija board session. That was weird, to be honest. I didn't like the fact it come up with the word die. I don't know whether that is this location or whether it's the board. I would emphasise that because the board has been some very dark places and we potentially think there is something inside that board, don't we? Potentially trapped. We are very cautious about using that at the moment, and a lot of the messages that were coming through were very similar to what we actually got when we used it with a friend of ours the other weekend. So I don't know whether it's this location of the board, but it's certainly made us feel uneasy, hasn't it?
Yeah.
What we're going to do now, we're going to go down into one of the prison cells. We're going to set up the PSB7 spirit box, leave it running with a locked off camera in front of it, and we are going to start asking questions through a walkie-talkie in the hope that our presence not being in the jail cell in the cellar will actually encourage spirit more to come and communicate. Almost with us not being in the room, perhaps it will have more of an influence on the room or be more willing to bring itself forward. So that's the experiment we're going to try next, so we'll head down there and set that up. Tell me. You in the prison cell. Tell me why you're in the prison cell. You always find things, particularly in a place like this where things are happening away from you but not with you. I think by pulling yourself away from the situation but still monitoring what's going on,
Yeah.
it's really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come forward and tell me why you're in this prison cell. Did you work here? Are you an engineer? Or are you a child that's been put in here as punishment? You can see the blue light in the room where the noises are coming from. Maybe we can help you get out of the prison cell. Do you have a message for us?
Be really interesting to see if we do get something on the other camera.
I've got to be honest, just standing here is so fucking creepy. It really is. Seeing things all around me like black shadows moving. And it could just be my eyes adjusting, but I feel properly on edge. Properly on edge. I don't feel alone. I don't necessarily know what's here. I don't even know if it's good or bad.
Do you still feel followed?
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like something's watching us, moving around and watching us. And now we are completely in the dark and in night vision. I feel like it's getting closer to us because it knows we can't see it. That bump behind you just then. It's like...
Yeah, I heard that.
I can't explain it. It's a strange feeling. I can't say whether it's negative, positive, just very aware. It seems aware of our presence. If you're looking at a type of haunting, it doesn't strike me as like a stone tapes type haunting. It strikes me as something that is aware, and with the movement of things, very potentially poltergeist activity. Now, a lot of people straight away think poltergeist and think, oh, demon or this or that. Poltergeist doesn't necessarily mean that. It basically it just translates into noisy spirit, and I think that is what is here. There is a noisy spirit that wants to be heard, seen, wants to make noise. Whether that's negative or not, I personally don't pick up on a negative vibe.
I don't personally.
I don't get a negative vibe, but I do get, I don't want to use the word brave, but quite brazen. I get a brazen spirit that wants to be seen and heard. This sort of feeling I get. The only negativity, like I said, is that voice from that man.
When the camera was being set up.
And I'm not necessarily saying that's evil, I'm saying that's a man just trying to play a trick on me, sort of, trying to make me jump, which isn't nice, but, you know. If you're the man that said a noise behind my back, and you're down here in the prison, answer me this, were you trying to scare me? Come forward and touch the blue light. Come and speak into it. Tell us your name. We're here to make communication, nothing else. I think we should go and check now.
Yeah.
Put the walkie-talkie and go see.
Go and retrieve it, yeah?
Retrieve it. Be interesting to watch that one back. I'm really, really looking forward to watching that one back. I know obviously you can't say if you've caught anything or not, but you just get a feeling. I've just got a feeling.
It's exciting to review, isn't it?
In this place, it's not going to be us that captures something. It's going to be the locked off cameras.
Yeah.
Because everything we're hearing, like that, is noises coming from around us. And I think we've covered them in such a way. I think we are going to get something on locked off cameras here.
Hopefully, we really do hope so.
I do. Right, let's go and
get that camera, yeah. Very good.
Is anybody here with me? I want you to come sit on the steps behind me. Show me here by sitting on the steps with me. Yeah. Some of the footsteps down the corridor. Come and sit with me, please, or come and speak to me. Come and touch the red light behind my head. If you touch that red light, it's my way of knowing that you're sitting with me. Come and sit with me and keep me company, please. I want to know more about you. I want to know your name. I want you to come and sit on these steps with me and talk to me. If you remain here, I want to know why you remain here. And tell me why you're here. Did you lose your life here? You know there are remains of people buried under this island. Are you one of those people?
Very noisy.
It almost seems like a response. That sounds really weird. But it almost seems to be responding to what I'm saying.
Yeah, just like...
Yeah, almost like sort of flapping in response. I know it's probably a strange thing to say because it is windy, but... This is your last chance before we move to another part of the fort. This is your last chance to come and sit with me. Come and sit with me. Come and sit where the red light is behind me. And we can talk.
Nothing on the round pod behind us. Should we move on to another part?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Yeah, we're going to do something else. So it seems really flat up here.
Yeah.
I think if we do it here by the well, it might, what's the word?
Because of the water, is what you're thinking?
It's a little bit of a conduit, so we'll see. Sorted. That's how I do it. Right. I'm sat here next to the old well. In my hands I hold a pendulum. Can you please move this pendulum to signify the answer yes for me, please? Anti-clockwise straight away, see it? Circling anti-clockwise. Straight away, look at that.
Nice and strong.
Could you please now move the pendulum to signify no for me, please? Ticking left to right. Rather than going a circular motion, it's ticking. Can you pick that up okay on the camera?
Yeah, nice, spot on, that does.
I forgot how weird this feels.
It's been a while.
I want to know the person we spoke to on the Ouija board a couple of hours ago. You spelt out die. Is that someone who resides in this fort, or is that someone within our board? If it's someone who resides in the fort, answer yes for me, please.
No.
Saying no, isn't it, straight away?
Mm-hmm.
Is it an entity that resides within our board? Yes.
Okay. Well, we did think that because of the last session we did recently.
Is the entity within our board evil? Yes. Did the entity within our board come from the ancient ram? It's getting stronger.
Just a bit.
I knew it. That board has not been the same since we've been there.
Since in the barn?
Since the barn. It has not been the same since that night. You just, before that night we'd get the odd sort of little bit of movement, but nothing, really. After that night,
that was a strong night,
different.
Wasn't it?
It moves, it's almost like it's unlocked something or allowed something. We've never had the energy in that board until that night. Well, that's a weird thought. Don't you think?
Well, yeah, definitely.
Oh. The man that spoke behind my back down the corridor. Were you trying to scare me? Saying no. Were you just trying to say hello? No.
Okay.
Was I in your way? No.
Were you bored?
Do you want us to leave? That's a very clear yes. Is that why you made a noise behind me? I feel like something's touched my arm. So it wants us to leave. And that's why it made a noise.
But it wasn't trying to scare you.
It wasn't trying to scare me.
Maybe just trying to let you know.
I wonder if it said go. So I heard it, oh. And the more I'm thinking about it, I'm wondering, was it trying to say go? And I've heard, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like the after bit of it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Potentially the echo.
So ask it the same thing one more time and just say, like, if that's the case, then we'll leave. That's fine. Leave them to it.
I ask you one more time, the gentleman who made a noise behind me. Were you asking me to go? Look at that.
Would you like us to leave now?
Would you like us to leave now? Oh my God. If you want us to leave now, swing this pendulum as hard as you can.
You can hear the chain, like...
Hitting the...
Yeah. Oh, that just suddenly changed. On that note, what was that?
It's certainly been an interesting night, hasn't it?
Right, on that note, with battery levels running low, I think we're pretty much stuffed with the power banks and the cameras now. And my phone battery's pretty low, I don't know about yours.
Mine's getting there, to be honest now.
So maybe we
just call it
knock the investigation on the head, maybe try and get some sleep or see what we can do. And yeah, it's been an interesting investigation. Hopefully we don't miss anything with the cameras, because that would really be sod's law. This has been St Catherine's Island and Fort, Tenby. Happy Halloween. Keep seeking the truth.